Chapter 112. Farming money, no. I need to find a chance to recover my strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll become shit in the intestines of these rats in no time. Ning Chi found an opportunity and abruptly slashed out with his saber. At the same time, he slapped out with his palm, creating a path for himself. He immediately brandished the Dragon Slayer saber until it was impenetrable, covering his escape from the plague dragon rats' encirclement. The plague dragon rats shrieked and immediately chased after Ning Chi. From time to time, a plague dragon rat hidden on the two sides of the wall would ambush Ning Chi, but Ning Chi would slap or hack them to death. Before long, at least 1,000 plague dragon rats had gathered behind Ning Chi. The scene was incomparably spectacular. There was a fork in the road ahead. Ning Chi chose the right without hesitation. Don't ask him why, it was purely because he liked it. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ning Chi finally saw an opportunity. There was a concave in front of him. If he hid in it and used the devouring dragon fire, he could hold on for at least half a cup of tea's time. This time was enough for Ning Chi to go to the Dragon Slayer Mall to buy some do chi and physical recovery pills. With a flash, Ning Chi nimbly hid in the recess. At the same time, he shot out several dragon-devouring hellfire around him. The plague dragon rats that wanted to squeeze into the recess and bite Ning Chi immediately stopped moving. However, there were too many of their companions behind them. They were pushed forward, and the pitiful plague dragon rats in front were pushed into the fire pit by their teammate. The dragon-devouring hellfire burned them until not a single strand of hair was left. Ning Chi immediately focused half of his attention on the Dragon Slayer Mall. Currently, his Dragon Slayer coins were 4,870. This meant that he had killed at least 370 plague dragon rat. He was now less than 10,000 experience points away from becoming a 7-star Great Dosher. Hurry, hurry! Elixir area. Recovery pills. The dazzling array of goods dazzled Ning Chi's eyes. He spent a lot of effort before finally finding the pills he needed the most. Low-grade yellow chi recovery pill, 1 Dragon Slayer coin. 1 pill can directly recover the do chi of a 4-star doge. Based on the calculation of ordinary doge, those who are talented and have more do chi than other doge of the same rank are not included. From the looks of it, Ning Chi had to buy a middle-grade profound stage chi replenishing pill to be sufficient. Looking at the price, he immediately cursed. System, can you be any more black-hearted? A mid-grade mystic chi recovery pill costs me 50 Dragon Slayer coins? Give me 10 pills. Although he was cursing, Ning Chi still decisively asked for 10 of them. Sooner or later, he would recoup his losses from these plague dragon rats. After 500 Dragon Slayer coins were deducted, Ning Chi's spatial bag had an additional 10 mid-grade Mystic Chi recovery pills. He immediately swallowed one of them, and his body was left with only 5% of his Dragon Slayer battle energy. Almost instantly, he returned to his peak condition. Ning Chi's confidence was once again full, but his body's exhaustion had not recovered yet. It seemed that he still needed to buy some other pills. Yellow-level recovery pill, priced at 5 Dragon Slayer coins. Within 24 hours, it will double the recovery speed of a person's physical strength. Yellow rank top-grade recovery pill, priced at 90 Dragon Slayer coins. Within 24 hours, it will increase the recovery speed of a person's physical strength by 10 times. Let's see the effects of a top-grade yellow-class recovery pill first. Ning Chi reluctantly paid the money. After swallowing the pill, he immediately felt his body's strength recover at an extremely fast speed. Out of the 4,870 Dragon Slayer coins, only 4,280 remained. Ning Chi was about to exit the Dragon Slayer Mall when he suddenly saw the special item option. Remembering that some dueling weapons could repel poison, he immediately clicked on it to take a look. In the end, the trashiest poison-dispelling pill, held in the mouth, not swallowed, a type of dueling weapon, cost 500 Dragon Slayer coins. Thinking that a plague dragon rat was only worth 1 Dragon Slayer coin, and he had already invested 590, he immediately had no intention of buying it. After exiting the Dragon Slayer Mall, Ning Chi looked at the plague dragon rats that wanted to tear him into pieces and swallow him into their stomachs with a cold smile. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar and slashed at them. In a short while, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to a 7-star de doshur. Ding! Ding! The notification sounded incessantly. One by one, the plague dragon rats died in Ning Chi's hands. Half a day later, Ning Chi was forced to a deeper part of the cave. He suddenly discovered that the plague dragon rats here had increased from low-grade rank 3 to mid-grade rank 3, and their bodies were even larger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a mid-grade rank 3 demonic beast, plague dragon rat. 800 experience points gained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 Dragon Slayer coins. That's right. A mid-grade rank 3 plague dragon rat was worth 5 Dragon Slayer coins more than a low-grade rank 3 plague dragon rat. Ning Chi was ecstatic. Kill! 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 He mercilessly slashed at the plague dragon rats, wave after wave dying under his blade. The dragon-devouring karmic fire burned them to ashes and their souls absorbed. Until the end, Ning Chi's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't know how many plague dragon rats he had killed, but in the end, he was inevitably injured by the plague dragon rats. The host has been poisoned by the plague poison. Please detoxify it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the host's HP will continue to decrease at a rate of 50 per second. The system notification sounded. At this rate, Ning Chi's HP would be depleted in a few minutes and he would die. Ning Chi immediately took out the few remaining high-grade Earth rank 3 rejuvenation pills and threw them into his mouth, just in case. At the same time, he split his attention to look for antidote pills in the dragon-slaying mall. Due to the urgency of the situation, he didn't search carefully. When he saw a mid-grade mystic rejuvenation pill, priced at 20 Dragon Slayer coins, he immediately bought it and swallowed it. Detoxification successful. Hearing the system notification, Ning Chi sighed in relief. He braced himself to avoid being injured by the plague dragon rat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford an antidote pill that cost 20 Dragon Slayer coins. There was no sun or moon in the cave. Ning Chi only knew that after using up 10 mid-grade mystic rejuvenation pills, he had advanced 2 levels in a row and became a 9-star de doshur. Even the most talented of geniuses couldn't compare to this kind of advancement speed. At the moment, his balance of Dragon Slayer coins was 5326. 5. As his cultivation deepened, he was able to deal with the many crazy plague dragon rats with ease. He once again bought 3 mid-grade mystic rejuvenation pills and a top-grade yellow rejuvenation pill for emergencies. A month later, Ning Chi's body emitted the aura of a peak de doshur. Holding the Dragon Slayer saber, his sharp eyes scanned his surroundings. The smell of blood mixed with a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. Ning Chi was already used to this smell, so he didn't feel any discomfort. There was no sign of the plague dragon rats anywhere he looked. This meant that he had already cleared out all the plague dragon rats in the outer perimeter. 23,500 Dragon Slayer coins. Ah, I've hit the jackpot this time. Ning Chi couldn't help but laugh. If he hadn't eaten so many rejuvenation pills, and a small amount of antidote pills, he would have at least 25,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Chapter 113. Peak Great Doshur. There are only so many plague dragon rats in the outer perimeter. There are probably even Tier 3 high-grade and Tier 3 elite plague dragon rats inside. There must also be a boss-grade plague dragon rat. That'll be another hefty sum of Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Chi calculated in his heart. Then, He picked up the dragon slayer saber and walked deeper into the cave. After walking for about a dozen miles, the cave became more spacious and humid. The ground was covered in wet, smelly water. Not long after, dozens of pairs of red eyes appeared nearby. Red? Ning-Chi took a closer look. The system displayed the following stats. Tier 3 high-grade plague dragon rat. Health points, 2,600. After observing Ning-Chi for a while, the plague dragon rats began their probing attack. First, a few plague dragon rats attacked Ning-Chi from 3 different directions. As soon as they got closer, Ning-Chi noticed that these advanced rank 3 plague dragon rats were twice as large as the ones he had encountered before. Their fangs seemed to have grown longer as well, and claws seemed to have grown out of the 2 ends of their fleshy wings. This was already infinitely close to the original appearance of the dragon's wings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 slashes and it was cut in half. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Tier 3 high-grade demonic beast plague dragon rat. 1,000 experience points gained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Dragon Slayer coins. Ning-Chi was instantly energized. From the initial 1 Dragon Slayer coin to 2 Dragon Slayer coins, it had doubled. If there were 70,000 to 80,000 of them, wouldn't I have enough Dragon Slayer coins for the Horizon Bright Moon Saber? Ning-Chi thought happily. Without hesitation, he killed all the plague dragon rats that got close to him. Ding. After absorbing a lump of soul, the devouring dragon fire immediately changed, and the system also gave a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up the devouring dragon fire. It is now ranked 97th on the Mystical Flame ranking. Ever since the devouring dragon fire absorbed the illusion winged dragon and leveled up, it had not leveled up again. Now that it had leveled up again, it was all thanks to the plague dragon rat's dragon bloodline. After leveling up, the devouring dragon fire was several times more powerful, and it could burn the plague dragon rats more easily. Eat pills, kill, rest, kill, eat pills, kill. Ning-Chi tirelessly cycled without feeling bored. When he saw the Dragon Slayer coins skyrocket, he felt like he had earned his first bucket of gold back on Earth. This feeling was addictive. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the depths of the cave there was a huge cavern. Hundreds of Tier 3 elite plague dracophants were either squatting or lying in it. These dracophants were clustered around an incomparably huge plague dracophant in the middle. No, perhaps it shouldn't be called a plague dracophant anymore. It had a body that was over 10 meters long, huge wings, powerful claws that glowed with a metallic luster, protruding sharp fangs, and 2-foot-long horns on its head. This was a half-dragon with an impure bloodline. Upon closer inspection, one could see traces of the plague dracophant on its body. From this, one could tell that it must have evolved from a plague dracophant to its current level. Beside the plague dracophant king was a corpse that was only left with a skeleton. It looked to be over 10 meters long, and even as a corpse, it faintly emitted a trace of the aura it had when it was alive. If a Do Huang was here, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. A Tier 7 dragon. That's right, this was the corpse of a Tier 7 dragon. Its flesh and blood must have been eaten by the plague dracophant. That was why they carried a trace of dragon bloodline in their bodies. Squeak, squeak. A Tier 3 high-grade plague dracophant ran in and squeaked. However, the plague rat king was currently sleeping, so it paid no attention to the high Tier 3 plague rat. A Tier 3 elite plague rat approached the high Tier 3 plague rat and barked a few times, as if trying to communicate with the high Tier 3 plague rat. A short while later, over 20 Tier 3 elite plague rats appeared, following the high Tier 3 plague rat out of the cave. Kill, kill, kill. Ning-Chi slaughtered the plague dracophants in a frenzy. None of them were a match for him. With every slash, at least 3 plague dracophants would die. The plague dracophant's attacks were simply too concentrated. There was nowhere to hide even if he wanted to. His experience and Dragon Slayer coins rose steadily. Suddenly, the plague dracophants around him retreated. Ningqi was slightly startled when he saw a dozen or so elite plague dracophants, twice the size of the high-grade plague dracophants, charging at him. They let out a shrill cry and spat out a cloud of light green mist from their mouth. The mist spread towards Ningqi. Ningqi didn't expect the elite plague dracophants to have such an ultimate move. He hurriedly held his breath and used 18 subduing dragon palms to disperse the poisonous mist. As the elite plague dracophants spat out the poisonous mist, they flew towards Ningqi, their sharp fangs aimed at Ningqi's vitals. 5 tigers breaking the gate. 18 subduing dragon palms. Devouring dragon karmic fire. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 3 elite plague dracophant. Obtained 1,200 experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 Dragon Slayer coins. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the Tier 3 elite plague dracophants that came to support Ningqi were turned into corpses scattered around the cave. The high-grade plague dracophants once again surrounded Ningqi and attacked him. This battle was long. Occasionally, elite plague dracophants would join the battle, but they would also die tragically under Ningqi's blade. There was no sun or moon in the cave. Ningqi only knew that he was constantly swinging the Dragon Slayer saber, killing the plague dracophants. He had no idea how much time had passed. Perhaps it had been 10 days, a month, or even 3 or 4 months. Ningqi only knew that the number of plague dracophants was decreasing. In the beginning, they were so densely packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Now, there were only a dozen plague dracophants attacking Ningqi at the same time. If Ningqi didn't have the devouring dragon karmic fire, he would have been suffocated to death by the toxicity of the rotting plague dracophants. After killing an elite plague dracophant, his experience finally reached the limit of a pique de douceur to a douling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming a pique de douceur. If you wish to advance to a douling, please click on the details of the mission to view the advancement mission. At this moment, Ningqi's attributes had undergone a huge change. Host, Ningqi level, Pique de douceur XP, 500000/500000 cultivation method, Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 3, 402/10,000 martial skill, 18 subduing dragon palms level 4, 18900/100000 black grade 5 tigers breaking gate blade level 3, 7820/10,000 health points, 12700 alchemy, tier 3 alchemist proficiency, 82,000/100000 dragon slayer coins, 58,000. Chapter 114. Wind Dragon Perle Plague Dragon Rat pounced at Ningqi. Ningqi casually cut it in half, then split half of his attention to click on the details of the advancement mission. Please deliver the Wind Dragon Pearl found here to the Dragon Queen, the wife of the Demon Dragon King of the Mountain Sea region, within a year. Failure to do so will result in failure. Success will result in an additional reward of 500 Dragon Slayer coins, as well as clues to the missing 7 Dragon Balls of the Dragon Slayer saber. Ningqi glanced at the 7 holes on the hilt of the Dragon Slayer saber and frowned. This mission actually required him to come into contact with the Dragon Queen of the Mountain Sea region? Ningqi seemed to remember that the black fire ghost dragon that died in his hands seemed to have said that its father was the Demon Dragon King of the Mountain Sea region? A 7th grade boss dragon. And the Wind Dragon Pearl. Could it be that the mutation of the plague rats here is due to this? Ningqi looked into the depths of the cave. Perhaps there were even more troublesome fellows waiting for him ahead. All in all, the difficulty of this advancement mission was more than 10 times harder than the advancement mission from a douceur to a de douceur. However, if the mission was completed successfully, Not only would he be able to advance and receive 500 Dragon Slayer coins, but he would also receive clues to the missing 7 Dragon Balls of the Dragon Slayer saber. That was what Ning Qi valued the most. If he could find all 7 Dragon Balls, the Dragon Slayer saber would be able to display its original power. It would probably be able to insta-kill any godly dragon. Thinking of this, Ning Qi decided to speed up his progress. He would first find the Wind Dragon Pearl, then clean up all the Plague Dragon rats in this area. After that, he would go to the Mountain Sea region. A year's time was neither long nor short. Fortunately, he had Little Purple. Otherwise, he would have wasted half his time just traveling. At this moment, the incomparably huge Plague Dragon Rat King suddenly opened its eyes and scanned its surroundings with its sharp little eyes. When it discovered that there were only a few dozen elite Plague Dragon rats left, it suddenly flipped over and stood up. Its huge meaty wings spread out horizontally, and it let out a shrill cry. This cry was directly transmitted to Ning Qi's ears, who was still a few hundred miles away. Looks like it's a boss-grade Plague Dragon rat. The Wind Dragon Pearl should be there. Ning Qi quickened his pace and killed all the Plague Dragon rats he encountered along the way. After half a day, Ning Qi had finally reached the deepest part of the cavern. When he saw the Plague Draconic Rat King, he was shocked. How was this a draconic rat? It was practically a slightly uglier-looking giant dragon. Ning Qi couldn't help but look at the giant dragon skeleton beside the Plague Draconic Rat King. This is the Wind Dragon, right? It's Wind Dragon Pearl. If I'm not wrong, it's in this Rat King's stomach. Ning Qi raised his blade and stared coldly at the Plague Dragon Rat King. The other party looked ferocious and seemed to be very strong, but in essence it was only a Tier 3 boss monster. Ning Qi really did not take it seriously. Moreover, the space here was very big. He thought for a while and released Little Purple. As soon as Little Purple appeared, the elite Plague Dragon rats that had been waiting for an opportunity were shocked. They were all demonic beasts, and they were shocked by the aura on Little Purple's body. They quickly retreated and hid behind the Rat King. The Plague Draconic Rat King bared its teeth and pretended to Little Purple and Ning Qi. How could Little Purple tolerate being humiliated by a demonic beast that was 2 ranks lower than it? Therefore, it let out a crisp cry and flapped its wings to attack the pestilence Drake Rat King. Arcs of electricity shot out from its body. Seeing this, the pestilence Drake Rat King spat out a cloud of green poison mist from its mouth. Little Violet flapped its wings, and the poison mist couldn't get close to its body. Then, Little Violet's purple fighting aura shot toward the pestilence Drake Rat King like divine lightning. The Plague Draconic Rat King howled in pain and was sent flying by the purple electric fighting aura. After rolling a few times on the ground, it flew to a corner of the cavern's ceiling and looked at the purple electric bird with vigilance. Little Purple rushed towards it like a bolt of lightning, its claws tightly grabbing the Plague Draconic Rat King's neck. It swooped down and slammed the Plague Draconic Rat King to the ground. At this time, Ning Qi was cleaning up the group of Grade 3 elite Plague Draconic Rat. It was worth more than 200 Dragon Slayer coins. How could he let it go? Seeing that Little Purple had more than enough to deal with the Plague Draconic Rat King, Ning Qi relaxed. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there were no more living Plague Draconic rats around him. In the huge cavern, only the Plague Draconic Rat King was left. At this time, it was being stepped on by Little Purple and couldn't move. Little Purple was stepping on its weak point, its neck. Therefore, the Plague Draconic Rat King, which had some intelligence, didn't dare to resist. It could only let out squeaks and begs for mercy. Ning Qi raised the dragon saber and walked in front of the Plague Draconic Rat King. He swung the saber and cut off its head. Ding! Congratulations, host has successfully killed a Grade 3 boss Plague Draconic Rat. 3,000 EXP has been awarded. Ding! Congratulations, host has received 100 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations, host has received a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ning Qi didn't plan to open the gambling gift pack for now. Instead, he used the dragon saber to cut open the plague draconic rat king's belly. Sure enough, he found a green dragon pearl in its stomach. As soon as his hand touched the wind dragon pearl, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the quest item, Wind Dragon Pearl. The quest begins now. Ning Qi put away the Wind Dragon Pearl. As for the gambling gift pack, he didn't plan to open it. Since the Wind Dragon Pearl was found in the plague draconic rat king's stomach, it would probably be calculated by the system as well. If he opened the gambling gift pack and chose to gamble, then there was an 80 to 90% chance that the Wind Dragon Pearl would disappear along with it. Naturally, the quest would fail. This was a small trap that the system had set for Ning Qi. If Ning Qi couldn't figure out the secret behind it, he could only beat his chest and stomp his feet. After that, Ning Qi spent a few days cleaning up the cave. After confirming that there were no more traces of the plague draconic rat, he walked out of the cave. After not seeing the sun for more than half a year, Ning Qi closed his eyes for a few minutes to get used to the sunlight before he could open them again. Now, his Dragon Slayer coins had increased from 4,500 before he entered the cave to 58,000. It had increased by more than 10 times. Mr. Ning, I didn't expect that we would meet again. A familiar voice sounded. Ning Qi realized that there were two figures standing side by side outside the cave. Because his eyes weren't used to the sunlight, he didn't see them. Looking up, he saw a guy that he had been thinking about for a long time. It was Zhantai Qingxian and Lu Suifeng. At this moment, a trace of shock flashed across Zhantai Qingxuan's face. In the next moment, he concealed it well. This kid is actually a pique de douceur. Chapter 115. Deterrence. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. What a coincidence! The next moment, he found that Zhantai Qingxian had advanced to a 1-star Do Ling. He smiled again. Congratulations to Miss Qingxian for advancing to a Do Ling. Then, he saw that the two of them seemed to be standing against the wind. Ning Qi found that the smell on his body was similar to that of the rats of plague. It's disgusting. Ning Qi laughed in his heart. He did not care and deliberately took a step to the side. A breeze blew over. Zhantai Qingxian frowned and covered her nose with her hand. Lu Suifeng looked at Ning Qi coldly. After discovering that Ning Qi had become a pique de douceur, he frowned. The last time he saw Ning Qi was more than a year ago. At that time, Ning Qi was merely a pique de douceur. In a short year, he had advanced 10 levels? This speed, a murderous intent flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. Zhantai Qingxian glanced at the cave behind Ning Qi and said, Mr. Ning, you seem to have stayed in there for a long time? Otherwise, your body would not be stained with such a strong smell. Ning Qi smiled. No, I just hid in there to avoid my enemies. It didn't take long. Zhantai Qingxian smiled. With Mr. Ning's aptitude, would there be anyone who would become enemies with you? I heard that Mr. Ning is an alchemist. You are famous in the capital. Even my Zhantai family sent me a message and mentioned you. A trace of displeasure flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. At the same time, there was a little hidden deep in his eyes. Perhaps he did not realize it, jealousy. Ning Qi laughed dryly. Miss Qingxian, you flatter me. By the way, are you here for the rats of plague? He was not a fool. It was impossible for the two of them to coincidentally appear in the vicinity. Besides the rats of plague, there seemed to be nothing else that caught their attention. Indeed. Zhantai Qingxian nodded. Lu Suifeng snorted. Junior, don't say any more. After that, Lu Suifeng looked at Ning Qi and said coldly, I heard from Lung Feng that you once chopped off his arm? Ning Qi looked at Lu Suifeng with a smile. Yeah, when I heard that he and you are from the same sect, I couldn't help it. I hope Brother Lu won't be offended. This is a little interest. Next time I go to the Green Mist sect to look for Brother Lu, I will be gentler. Lu Suifeng did not expect Ningqi to admit it so openly. Furthermore, he even said such arrogant words. A wave of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he already wanted to kill Ningqi. If he knew that Ningqi was an alchemist before the incident with the skeleton robber, he might have given him some face and not formed a deep grudge against him. However, now that he knew that Ningqi was an alchemist and that Ningqi's cultivation was advancing so quickly, Lu Suifeng had the thought of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Zhantai Qingxian seemed to have noticed Lu Suifeng's killing intent towards Ningqi. Because Lu Suifeng did not conceal it, she only hesitated for a moment before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Ningqi sneered in his heart and said to Lu Suifeng, "Brother Lu, why? Can't help it? I actually want to teach you a lesson on my own, but if you can't help it, I will call my brother to help." After that, a purple light flashed beside Ningqi. Little Purple looked up at Lu Suifeng and Zhantai Qingxian. Rank 5 demonic beast, purple lightning bird. Lu Suifeng was shocked. Zhantai Qingxian was shocked. She was extremely intelligent. When she saw that it was a purple lightning bird, she immediately thought of the last hunting day. There was an adult purple lightning bird that crashed into the Fallen Leaves Valley. This matter was probably related to Ningqi. However, if Ningqi only snatched their young, it had only been 1 or 2 years. How could it be an adult purple lightning bird? Yes, he is an alchemist. After Zhantai Qingxian figured out the crux of the matter, she suddenly felt a little regretful. She was afraid that Ningqi had already seen through her stance. Lu Suifeng looked at Little Purple with slight fear, then smiled at Ningqi. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Then, he looked at Zhantai Qingxian. "Junior sister, let's go into the cave." Zhantai Qingxian nodded. Then, the two of them ignored Ningqi and walked directly into the cave. Isn't a dignified 1-star king of fighting very prestigious? How dare you pretend to be stupid? What a joke. Ningqi looked at the back of the two of them and smiled. He clearly felt Lu Suifeng's shoulder tremble a little, but he did not turn around to quarrel with Ningqi. All this was because the rank 5 adult purple lightning bird could easily kill the two of them. Coward! Ningqi disdainfully spat to the side. "Senior brother, bear with it." Zhantai Qingxian gently held Lu Suifeng's palm. There was a trace of calmness in her concerned eyes. Only then did Lu Suifeng suppress the surging anger in his heart. At the same time, he swore in his heart, "How dare you! I will return the humiliation today 10,000 times in the future." Seeing that Lu Suifeng did not fall for it, Ningqi felt a little pity. He then rode on Little Purple's back and prepared to find a small river to wash off the smell on his body. Not long after, Lu Suifeng and Zhantai Qingxian walked out of the cave with angry faces. "Why? There is not a single rat of plague." Lu Suifeng gritted his teeth and said. Suddenly, he punched the boulder beside him. The boulder immediately broke into pieces and turned into powder in the sky. "It must be that kid. He just came out from inside." Zhantai Qingxian frowned and said, "Senior brother, the rat of plague is not only here in Tianfeng Forest. Let's go to other places to look." Lu Suifeng calmed down and tidied his collar. He seemed to have regained his usual calmness. He nodded and said, "Okay." However, Zhantai Qingxian looked at Lu Suifeng with a trace of pity in her eyes. She hid this strange expression very well and did not let Lu Suifeng find out. Plop! Ningqi directly jumped down from Little Purple's back and plunged into the water. Little Purple was a little afraid of water, so it landed on the bank of the river and curiously watched Ningqi swim around in the water. After washing for a full hour, Ningqi finally washed off the stench on his body. "Let's go to the mountain sea area." Ningqi tidied up his appearance and patted Little Purple's neck with a smile. He did not know the exact location of the mountain sea area, but he knew the general direction. When he asked for directions, he would not get lost. "Ha ha ha! Dragon Slayer Marquis, you are here? A loud laugh came from the sky. Ning Qi looked up and saw Qiu Wanli and Huang Fu Fei. The one laughing was Huang Fu Fei. Ning Qi immediately entered the Dragon Slayer Mall, purchasing a low-level cultivation training ground for 3 days. A total of 300 Dragon Slayer coins will be collected from the host. The host can enter the training ground in a non-combat state at any time. After 1 hour of non-combat, the host will be in a non-combat state. Enter. Chapter 116. Pursuit. Are you stupid? When did I enter combat mode? Does this count? Ning Qi cursed in his heart. Realizing that this was not going to work, Ning Qi jumped onto Little Violet's back. Go. Fly faster. Little Violet also felt Qiu Wanli's murderous aura and used all its strength to fly away. Where do you think you're going? Qiu Wanli shouted angrily. He didn't expect that Ning Qi would run away without saying a word. It was really hateful. When he thought about how he had spent nearly half a year in the Tianfeng forest in order to find Ning Qi's whereabouts, he became even more furious. If I catch you, I'll torture you until you beg for death. He was a Peak King Do Wang and very fast. He chased after Ning Qi. Huang Fu Fei was much worse off. After flying for a short while, he could no longer see Qiu Wanli and Ning Qi. If it weren't for Ning Qi's spatial battle tool, he would have fled back to the capital a long time ago. Staying with Qiu Wanli for so long had exhausted him mentally and physically. Qiu Wanli was a temperamental person. If he didn't say something right, it was very likely that he would be killed. A Peak de Doshir, a rank 5 demonic beast, a Peak King Do Wang, and a 3-star King Do Wang were chasing each other in the sky above Wind Forest. It's a purple lightning bird. There's someone on its back. To have a purple lightning bird as a pet, it must be a King Do or even a King Do Wang. A few Do Ling in Wind Forest spoke enviously. The person riding the purple lightning bird is being chased. A Peak King Do Wang? Then, they saw Qiu Wanli fly across the sky. Not long after, they saw Huang Fu Fei fly over. Little guy, stop running. No matter how you run, you won't escape me. Qiu Wanli laughed happily when he saw the purple lightning bird slow down. Ning Qi turned his head. Are you a dog? Why are you chasing me? Qiu Wanli was enraged. Little bastard, you'll be begging me to kill you. Ning Qi laughed. Catch me first. Oh right, who is Qiu Baisho to you? Hearing this, Qiu Wanli frowned. Ning Qi said, he's your son? Or your nephew? But don't worry, he has already died in my hands. Are you angry? 100 life died in your hands? You useless thing. Qiu Wanli wasn't sad at all. Instead, he revealed a trace of disgust. However, his speed had increased by 30%. It could be seen how furious he was. 18 dragons subduing palms. Seeing this, Ning Qi sat on Little Purple's back and hit Qiu Wanli with his palm. A dragon's roar rang out, and 4 silver dragons whizzed towards Qiu Wanli. If Qiu Wanli chose to block or dodge, his speed would more or less decrease, so he directly ignored Ning Qi's attack and let the 18 subduing dragon palms hit his body. Boom! 3,000. The HP bar on top of his head dropped by a small bar. Ning Qi's palm had shaved off 3,000 HP. What a powerful palm technique. This kid really does have some skills. No wonder the Nangong family would pay such a high price to hire me for a mere bastard son. Qiu Wanli's expression changed slightly. However, he still didn't put Ning Qi in his eyes. 7 days of chasing and escaping passed, and Little Purple's physical strength gradually weakened. Ning Qi also tried to enter the low-level training ground during this period, but the system still prompted that he was in combat mode. Qiu Wanli sped up, and his figure suddenly appeared in front of Ning Qi like lightning. He hit Ning Qi with his palm, and a blood-red battle energy gushed out from his body, turning into a dozen blood demons that rushed towards Ning Qi with a fierce roar. Little Purple let out a crisp cry and flapped its wings. The purple battle energy instantly went towards these blood demons. Ningqi also used the 18 subduing dragon palms. After the silver dragon and purple battle energy destroyed a few blood demons, they were torn into pieces by the remaining blood demons. Boom! Little Purple and Ningqi were blasted hundreds of feet away by Qiu Wanli's palm and fell heavily on the ground, creating a large pit. Little Purple's 32,000 HP was almost halved by this palm, leaving only 18,000 HP. Because it had taken most of the attack, Ningqi only lost 2,000 HP. Chirp! It let out a sad cry, and used its wings to protect Ningqi. Ningqi directly stuffed a spirit-raising pill into its mouth, and then returned Little Purple to the demon pet space. He then coldly looked at Qiu Wanli, who landed in front of him and looked at him with a fake smile. "Why don't you run?" Qiu Wanli laughed. At this time, Huang Fu Fei also arrived, landing beside Qiu Wanli. "Ningqi, you didn't think you would end up like this, did you?" Huang Fu Fei laughed mockingly. Ningqi laughed. "Huang Fu Fei, are you a dog that uses its master's power to bully others?" Huang Fu Fei's expression changed slightly, and he coldly laughed. "You're about to die, and yet you're still so stubborn. Senior, why don't you let me kill this kid?" Qiu Wanli nodded. "All right, I'll let you play with him for a while, but don't kill him. I still have a lot of torture I want to try on him." Huang Fu Fei said, "I understand." After saying this, Huang Fu Fei directly appeared in front of Ningqi, and with the frightening aura of a 3-star king of fighters, he slammed his palm towards Ningqi's chest. 18 subduing dragon palms. Ningqi advanced instead of retreating. The unyielding silver dragon smashed into Huang Fu Fei's palm, and Huang Fu Fei involuntarily took a step back. Ningqi, on the other hand, had to take over 10 steps back to dissipate the force of Huang Fu Fei's attack. He had lost over 700 HP. He was only slightly injured. Ningqi laughed. "Your 3-star king of fighters is fake, isn't it?" A trace of shame and anger flashed across Huang Fu Fei's face. He was afraid of killing Ningqi, so he had only used 50% of his strength. He hadn't expected Ningqi to block it. Huang Fu Fei immediately snorted when he saw the trace of mockery in Qiu Wanli's eyes. He directly attacked Ningqi with all his strength. At this moment, a large saber suddenly appeared in Ningqi's hand, and he hacked at Huang Fu Fei's head. Huang Fu Fei had long since been on guard against Ningqi's spatial dual tool, and he dodged Ningqi's attack. Qiu Wanli was startled, and his face immediately revealed a greedy expression. Spatial dual tool? Huang Fu Fei's expression was a little ugly. Since the demon Qiu Wanli had discovered Ningqi's secret, it would be extremely difficult for him to take Ningqi's spatial dual tool. Ningqi had the advantage of the Dragon Slayer saber and the 5 tigers breaking the gate blade. For a moment, Huang Fu Fei was completely unable to do anything to him. A trace of impatience flashed across Qiu Wanli's face. "If you can't do it, then step back." He had just finished speaking when he directly arrived between Huang Fu Fei and Ningqi, and he slammed his palm towards Ningqi. When Huang Fu Fei saw this, he could only stand to the side with an ashen face. Ningqi was immediately seriously injured by Qiu Wanli's palm, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 117. Gang leader Qiao Wanli walked to Ningqi's side and looked down at him. "Hand over the spatial dual weapon, and I'll let you die quickly." At this point, Ningqi could only ask for help from the dragon-slaying maul. He entered the summoning option in the dragon-slaying maul. 1-star King Murong Fu. Summon price: 8,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Duration: 5 minutes. 3-star King Qiao Feng. Summon price: 12,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Duration: 5 minutes. Peak King Dongfang Bubi. Summon price: 40,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Duration: 5 minutes. His heart was extremely unwilling to let Ningqi spend his hard-earned dragon-slaying coins to summon a Peak Do Wang. Therefore, he finally chose to summon the 3-star Do Wang Qiao Feng. As long as he could delay for a little time, he would be able to escape. In the future, he would find an opportunity to finish off this old fellow Qiao Wanli. Summon confirmed. The system instantly deducted 12,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Then, a purple mist rose beside Ning Qi, and a 9-foot-tall, rough-looking man appeared. As soon as he appeared, he attacked Qiao Wanli. 18 dragon slaying palms. 9. A silver dragon flew out of his hand and attacked Qiao Wanli with a domineering aura. I didn't expect gang leader Qiao's 18 dragon slaying palms had already reached the 9th level. Ning Qi was overjoyed. This was one of the reasons he chose Qiao Feng. He had a god-tier martial technique. He was many times stronger than an ordinary 3-star King Do. It shouldn't be a problem for him to block Qiao Wanli. Qiao Wanli was shocked when he saw the power of Qiao Feng's 18 dragon slaying palms. He then used the 18 forms of Blood Fiend, but it was a draw. Qiao Wanli, you made me spend 12,000 Dragon Slayer coins on you. One day, I'll kill my way to the Blood Slaughter sect and take your head. Ning Qi tossed a high-grade Earth-Step Spring Return pill into his mouth, and then he spoke ruthlessly before flashing off into the distance. Qiao Wanli was being held back by Qiao Feng, and he couldn't give chase for a moment. Although Huang Fu Fei was shocked by Qiao Feng's strange appearance after he saw Qiao Feng's palm technique, he felt that it was very likely that this person was Ning Qi's master. When he saw that Qiao Wanli was being held back, he immediately said, "Senior, I'll go after that kid." After saying that, he immediately chased in the direction where Ning Qi escaped. Qiao Wanli furiously roared, "A mere 3-star Do Wang dares to stroke my whiskers." Qiao Feng laughed, "Your Excellency is too arrogant. Let's see who's the real deal." The two of them once again fought. The more they fought, the more shocked Qiao Wanli felt in his heart. The other party's combat awareness was really too shocking. He, a dignified peak Do Wang, was actually unable to determine the victor within a short period of time. 5 minutes later, Qiao Feng's body suddenly emitted a purple mist, and he disappeared from the world just like that. It was as strange as the way he appeared. Qiao Wanli stood where he was, feeling as if he had been tricked. He almost got angry. He adjusted his mentality and chased after Ning Qi. "Stop running. Hurry up and give me the spatial battle tool, and I will let you go. Otherwise, when that demon Qiao Wanli catches up to you, even the gods will not be able to save you." Huang Fu Fei tried to persuade him as he chased after him. Ning Qi suddenly stopped and smiled at him. "Who said I was going to run?" Little Purple was released from the demon pet space. After some rest, its injuries were much better. With Ning Qi's help, it would be easy for them to deal with Huang Fu Fei. Huang Fu Fei did not see the purple lightning bird earlier. He thought that Qiao Wanli had taken care of it. He did not expect that Ning Qi had put it into the spatial battle tool. He hesitated for a moment, but Ning Qi did not give him any chance to hesitate. He immediately took Little Purple and decisively attacked him. After 10 minutes, Huang Fu Fei turned around and fled with serious injuries. "Let's see if you can still run the next time we meet." Ning Qi coldly looked at Huang Fu Fei's back. He rode Little Purple and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. He hoped that sect leader Qiao could buy more time. Otherwise, the 12,000 Dragon Slayer coins would have been wasted. Huang Fu Fei did not run far before he felt his vision darken. A figure appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw Qiao Wanli looking at him coldly. "Where is he?" Qiao Wanli coldly asked. Huang Fu Fei's face revealed a bitter smile. "He ran away." Trash. They were both 3-star Do Wangs, but that person was able to fight him to a draw. This Huang Fu Fei, on the other hand, was like trash. He could not even defeat a De Do Shi. Huang Fu Fei's mouth moved, but he did not dare to retort. "You don't need to follow me. Get lost." Qiao Wanli waved his hand. Huang Fu Fei felt a little happy when he saw this. However, he did not dare to show it on his face. He only expressed his fear and trepidation before turning around and leaving. 2 months later, Ningqi rode the purple lightning bird to the border of the White Tiger Empire. This place was not far from the mountain sea region. For the past 2 months, Qiu Wanli had been following behind him. The two of them had been fighting and escaping, enjoying each other's company. Qiu Wanli had chased him for so long without rest. His eyes had turned black, and he looked a little haggard. Damn this guy! Qiu Wanli looked at Ningqi, who was sleeping on the purple lightning bird. He had thought that after a period of time, the purple lightning bird would be exhausted and its speed would decrease. He would then be able to capture Ningqi. However, he did not expect Ningqi to feed the purple lightning bird a pill every few days. The purple lightning bird maintained its peak condition and flew at its fastest speed. Qiu Wanli could not catch up at all. It was already not easy to follow behind Ningqi. In the distance, a group of luxurious carriages passed by. However, the carriages were not pulled by horses. Instead, they were pulled by white tigers. Each of them had the aura of a Do Wang. There were a total of 18 tigers, and they were all rank 5 demonic beasts. Using rank 5 demonic beasts to pull carriages, it was easy to imagine how noble the people in the carriages were. Near the carriages, there were over 10 riders looking around cautiously. Suddenly, the leader of the riders saw the purple lightning bird flying in their direction. His expression changed slightly. "Be on guard!" The leader of the riders snorted coldly. He suddenly flew into the air and grabbed the purple lightning bird and Ningqi. At this moment, Qiu Wanli rushed over from behind. "There's another one?" The leader of the riders' expression turned cold. His subordinates looked at each other. 4 of them flew into the air at the same time. Before Qiu Wanli could react, he was subdued by these 4 peak Do Wangs and was also captured. Ningqi woke up with a start and realized that he had been captured. The person who had captured him was a 6-star Do Wang. Subsequently, his gaze swept across the remaining riders. All of them are peak Do Wangs? Where did this group of people come from? Ningqi knew that there might be some misunderstanding. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, why did you capture me?" Chapter 118. The 9th Princess of the White Tiger Empire. The leader looked at Ningqi. "You can't see our convoy?" Ningqi was at a loss. "I was sleeping just now. Is there a misunderstanding?" "Sleeping?" The leader sneered. "No one dares to fly over the convoy of the 9th Princess of the White Tiger Empire, even if you are sleeping. It really is the convoy of the White Tiger Empire's royal family." Qiu Wanli laughed bitterly in his heart. "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I am an elder of the Blood Slaughter sect and am on a mission." The leader said coldly, "Offending the 9th Princess is unforgivable. According to the laws of the White Tiger Empire, you should be imprisoned for 10 years. Without waiting for Ningqi to explain, he knocked Ningqi and the purple lightning bird out. Qiu Wanli was about to say something when he felt a pain in the back of his head and fainted. At this moment, a 13 or 14-year-old girl with snow-white skin walked out from the most luxurious carriage. She was carrying a small monkey in her arms. It was a young demonic beast. Beside her, there was a cool-looking maidservant beside her. 9th Princess quickly returned to the carriage. "It's just 2 little thieves." The leader hurriedly saluted. The girl giggled. "I want to see who is so daring to offend me." After which, she walked to Ningqi's side and used the tip of her foot to kick Ningqi's head. She said disappointedly, "Just a pique de dos, sure. I was wondering who would be so blind as to assassinate me." She then glanced at Qiu Wanli and lost interest. When she saw Little Purple, she went forward to check in surprise. "This is an adult purple lightning bird?" The leader said, "Yes." The 9th Princess glanced at Ningqi and asked curiously, "Is this his pet?" A pique de douceur who can have an adult purple lightning bird as a pet must have an extraordinary background. The leader smiled. It's nothing compared to the princess. He glanced at the little monkey in the 9th princess' arms. Although it looked ordinary, it was the cub of a rank 7 demonic beast, sky-dominating ape. It was comparable to a pique d'ozone when it matured. Of course, compared to my little gray, the purple lightning bird is nothing. The 9th princess smiled proudly. The little monkey in her arms seemed to understand human language. It looked at the purple lightning bird with disdain, then hugged the 9th princess' neck and chirped. When Ning-Chi woke up, he found that his limbs were shackled with an unknown metal. As for Chiu Wanli, his treatment was the same. The two of them were shackled together, one in front and one behind. Seeing him wake up, little Z immediately cried for help. Its feet were also shackled, and the 9th princess was riding on its back. A little gray monkey was sitting on its head and plucking its feathers from time to time. Because of the night leader, it was forced to retract the purple electric do-chi on its body. At this moment, it looked a little dejected. 7th rank demonic beast, sky-dominating ape's cub? Ning-Chi was shocked when he saw the gray monkey. He looked at the shackles on his body and said angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you handcuffing me?" Chiu Wanli knew that it was useless to say anything at this time, so he kept his mouth shut. When he heard Ning-Chi's question, a cold smile flashed in his eyes. The 9th princess scolded Ning-Chi, "Shouldn't you be handcuffed for colliding with my convoy? Who knows if you're an assassin sent by some thief? If you talk any more, I'll cut off your tongue." Ning-Chi said angrily, "I'm the alchemy grandmaster of 100 Herb Hall, the dragon slayer marquis of the Qin Tang Empire. How can I be an assassin? But this person—" He pointed at Chiu Wanli and said, "He's an assassin from the Blood Slaughter sect. He came to kill me while I was away from the capital. You should have killed him on the spot." Chiu Wanli's expression changed, and he looked at Ning-Chi with murderous eyes. The alchemy grandmaster of 100 Herb Hall? The dragon slayer marquis of the Qin Tang Empire? The night leader's expression changed slightly. The 9th princess looked at Ning-Chi suspiciously. "You're an alchemy grandmaster? You don't look much older than me. You should know that lying to me will end badly." Ning-Chi immediately took out the token of 100 Herb Hall. The night leader went forward to check it and whispered to the 9th princess, "It's indeed the token of 100 Herb Hall, but it can't prove that he's an alchemy grandmaster." The 9th princess snorted. "Then what proof do you have that you're the Marquis of Dragon Slayer of the Qin Tang Empire?" Ning-Chi said, "Your Highness, you can send someone to the Qin Tang Empire to ask. There's no one who doesn't know me." The 9th princess looked at the night leader. "Deng San, is the Qin Tang Empire a subsidiary of the 100 Herb sect? The strongest expert in the empire is only a Do Huang?" The night leader nodded. "The strongest person in the Qin Tang Empire is their emperor, Qin Jing, a 6-star Do Huang. He came to our White Tiger Empire to see the emperor more than 10 years ago. The marquis of such a small country is not even as good as a servant in my mansion." The 9th princess curled her lips in disdain. The night leader, Deng San, moved his lips slightly and whispered, "His title is not worth mentioning, but if he's really an alchemy grandmaster, do you still remember the 3rd princess provocation?" "Yes." The 9th princess' eyes lit up and then looked at Ning-Chi. "Hey, hurry up and prove your identity as an alchemy grandmaster, then I'll take off your shackles." Ning-Chi cursed in his heart, but his expression did not change. His eyes inadvertently swept across the sky-dominating ape, and he suddenly had a plan. "It's easy to prove my identity. I'm best at refining middle-grade yellow-level spirit-enhancing pills. Give me the spirit grass, and I'll prove it to you," Ning-Chi said. The 9th princess was furious. "How dare you lie to me? An alchemy grandmaster can refine spirit-enhancing pills." Deng San stepped forward and stared coldly at Ning-Chi. "Are you playing with us? Ning Qi sneered. Playing with me? May I ask, how many spirit-enhancing pills can an alchemy grandmaster refine in a day, and what's the success rate? The ninth princess had never thought about this question and was momentarily stumped by Ning Qi's question. She could only look at Deng San. Deng San thought for a moment and said, "An alchemy grandmaster should be able to refine 10 spirit-enhancing pills a day, and the success rate is about 10%. Ning Qi laughed. "I can refine more than 200 middle-grade yellow-level spirit-enhancing pills a day, and the success rate is 100%. Tell me, am I not an alchemy grandmaster?" Qiu Wanli heard this and immediately laughed. "Your Highness, this guy is lying to you. I've seen him refine spirit-enhancing pills before, and he can only refine dozens of them a day." Although he did not see the competition between Ning Qi and Duan Linshu with his own eyes, the Blood Slaughter Sect's intelligence system had transmitted the details of the competition to the Blood Slaughter Sect the next day. Naturally, Qiu Wanli could watch it. Chapter 119. The unlucky Qiu Wanli's smile froze. That's right, he indirectly proved Ning Qi's identity. The ninth princess snorted and said, "I have a lot of spiritual herbs for alchemy, especially the spiritual cultivation pill. My little gray likes to eat it. I have about 300 portions in my space ring. Prove it to me now." With that, she waved her hand and more than 300 portions of spiritual cultivation pill appeared in front of Ning Qi. Space dual tool. As expected of the White Tiger Empire. Qiu Wanli's eyes flashed with greed. He immediately reacted and lowered his head. If the Emperor Do saw this, he would not be able to get away with it. Ning Qi shook the shackles on his body. "How can I refine it like this?" The ninth princess pouted at Deng San. Deng San immediately went up to put the shackles on Ning Qi. Ning Qi exercised his muscles and bones and gave a comforting look to little Z, who was looking at him pitifully. Then, he began to refine the spirit cultivation pill on the spot. Once the dragon-devouring fire appeared, the ninth princess, Deng San, and the others began to believe in Ning Qi's identity. Qiu Wanli looked at Ning Qi nervously. Fail, fail, fail. Unfortunately, his prayers were not answered. Ning Qi refined one middle-grade yellow-level spiritual cultivation pill after another. His alchemy skills were incomparably proficient. Even Deng San and the others, who were laymen in alchemy, could see that Ning Qi was extraordinary. An hour later, 10 middle-grade yellow-level spiritual cultivation pills were refined. The sky-dominating ape squeaked and jumped in front of Ning Qi at lightning speed. It snatched the spiritual cultivation pills and stuffed them all into its mouth. It then burped in satisfaction and jumped onto the ninth princess. It hugged the ninth princess' neck and pointed at Ning Qi while chirping. The ninth princess revealed a satisfied smile and said to Ning Qi, "Little Gray said that the quality of the spiritual cultivation pills you refined is very high. Not bad, not bad. 10 pills in an hour, you really made more than 200 pills a day. It seems that you did not lie." Ning Qi stood up and said, "Your Highness, since I have proven my identity as an alchemy grandmaster, I am definitely not an assassin. I wonder if you can let me go? I still have important matters to attend to." The ninth princess looked at Ning Qi with a smile and refused. "Although you have proved your identity as an alchemy grandmaster, it does not mean that you are not an assassin. Moreover, you have collided with my convoy, so you should return to the imperial capital with me first. However, I can return your demonic pet to you. Ride it and follow us." Deng San locked Ning Qi with his qi at the right time. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled bitterly in his heart, nodded and said, "Then I hope the princess will send someone to the Qin Tang Empire as soon as possible to confirm my identity." It was obvious that the other party had taken a fancy to his identity as an alchemy grandmaster and was unwilling to let him leave. Since that was the case, Ning Qi could only feign civility and wait for an opportunity to escape. At least the current situation was much better than being a prisoner with shackles on his body. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Wanli with a trace of schadenfreude in his eyes. A dignified king of Do Wang was now walking on the ground with shackles on his body. It was a great insult. Deng San removed the shackles on Little Zi's feet. The 9th princess also returned to the carriage with Little Hui Hui. Little Z finally let out a happy cry. Ning Qi turned over and stroked its neck comfortingly. Then he said to Deng San, "How should I address you, sir?" Deng San smiled and said, "Just call me Deng San." Ning Qi smiled and said, "My name is Ning Qi. Then I will call you Brother Deng San." "Brother Deng San?" He smiled and nodded. "Master Ning, please." Ning Qi glanced at Xiao Wanli. "Brother Deng San, this person is extremely vicious. It is better to kill him on the spot." Xiao Wanli looked at Ning Qi angrily. Deng San smiled and shook his head. Although he collided with the princess's carriage, his crime does not warrant death. He should be imprisoned for 10 years. Hearing this, Xiao Wanli's heart immediately calmed down. His life was saved for the time being, but 10 years in prison? No, he must not be locked up. Xiao Wanli's brain turned quickly, thinking of a way to escape. Ning Qi saw that his plan was not successful, so he did not say anything. He rode Little Z and followed beside Deng San. Not long after, the 9th princess's voice was heard again. "Hey, Little Hui Hui is hungry. Anyway, there are still a few days to go before we reach the capital. You can refine all these spirit cultivation pills." Ning Qi cursed the 9th princess in his heart, but in view of her arrogant and unruly character, he did not dare to refuse. Anyway, refining spirit cultivation pills was a piece of cake for him, so he directly refined them on Little Z's back. Initially, Little Gray stayed in the carriage. After Ning Qi had finished refining the 10 spiritual cultivation pills, Deng San's subordinates sent them to the carriage, and a cold and elegant maidservant beside the 9th princess took them and fed them to Little Gray. Later, perhaps Little Hui Hui felt that this was too much trouble, so it directly ran out of the carriage and stayed beside Ning Qi, looking with anticipation at Ning Qi's hands that were refining the pills. Once the pills were done, it was not afraid of the heat and directly swallowed them into its stomach. Each time it ate one, it revealed a satisfied smile. Little Z was also very greedy, but Ning Qi did not want the 9th princess and Little Hui Hui to find out that he had a lot of spirit cultivation pills. Otherwise, he would be robbed, so he let Little Z temporarily bear with it. A few days passed in a flash. Ning Qi had become familiar with Deng San, Little Hui Hui, and Deng San's group of Peking fighters. Because of Ning Qi's identity as an alchemist, Deng San's men were also very willing to deal with Ning Qi. After a while, Ning Qi had already called them brothers. There were more and more people on the official road. When they saw the convoy of the 9th princess, they stopped and saluted. They didn't dare to move forward until the convoy was hundreds of feet away. Ning Qi couldn't help but sigh. The royal family of the White Tiger Empire was much more powerful than the Qin Tang Empire. When entering the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city, under the leadership of a general, all knelt to the 9th princess. At this time, the 9th princess seemed to have lost her unruly nature. She solemnly waved her hand and said with a smile, "Get up, no need to be so polite." After saying this, she turned and entered the carriage. Deng San nodded to the general and led the convoy to the 9th princess residence. "Really good at pretending," Ning Qi muttered in his heart. Little Z, who was connected with him, also nodded slightly. Xiao Wanli's eyes flashed a trace of determination. "It seems that I can only use that secret technique. Otherwise, I will be imprisoned in the White Tiger Empire and have no hope of escaping." Who is that guy next to Deng San? He looks unfamiliar. In the distance, in a luxurious carriage, a pair of eyes stared at the convoy of the 9th princess and paused for a moment on Ning Qi. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke. Outside the carriage, a knight dressed similar to Deng San looked at Ning Qi and said in a low voice, "This person has never appeared in the imperial city. Maybe he is a relative that the 9th princess brought back from her grandfather." Tianyu sect? Haha, since the 9th sister has returned, then go and call boss Ma Si. Let's go to the 9th sister's residence together. Chapter 120. Another alchemy competition? 9th princess is back. The servants in the princess mansion welcomed her with joy. Ning Qi didn't expect this unruly girl to be so loved. She was comparable to him. The 9th princess walked out of the carriage and smiled. "Don't stand on ceremony. Deng San, remember to come out to greet later. Everyone will be rewarded with 500 taels of silver." The servants' faces flushed even more and shouted excitedly, "Long live the 9th princess!" So that's how it is. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Deng San seemed to be used to this kind of scene. He winked at his men, and someone immediately came forward to distribute the silver notes to the servants. At this time, a few maids who received the news rushed to the door. Seeing that everyone had already distributed the silver, they immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet in regret. "Hey, isn't my mansion grand? Is there such a big mansion in the Qin Tang Empire?" The 9th princess glanced at Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked around. The outer wall of the mansion stretched for several miles. Could be seen how big the inside was. Even the Xinwu public house didn't have such a grand style, so he nodded slightly. The 9th princess's mansion is really grand. Compared to this place, the Xinwu public house is like a toilet. "Haha, you have a nice mouth." The 9th princess smiled complacently. She walked through the door with her cold servant girl and a large group of servants. Deng San smiled at Ning Qi. "Master Ning, please." Ning Qi glanced at Qiu Wanli and then said to Deng San, "Brother Deng San, how should we deal with this old thief?" Deng San smiled and said, "Go straight to the prison. Don't worry, he won't escape for 10 years. Ning Qi looked at Qiu Wanli gloatingly. "Old Qiu, don't worry. I will go to visit you during the holidays. Just tell me if there's anything you want to eat." Qiu Wanli looked at Ning Qi coldly, but he didn't say anything. Deng San waved his hand and immediately 4 men took Qiu Wanli away. Then, Deng San entered the door with Ning Qi and followed behind the 9th princess. "9th sister, why didn't you inform me that you're back?" A beautiful woman in a palace dress came in with a group of knights dressed like Deng San. The 9th princess's face changed slightly when she heard her voice. They don't seem to have good intentions. Ning Qi took a step back in schadenfreude and prepared to watch the show. The 9th princess sneered at the beautiful woman in the palace dress. "Third sister, why are you here?" Her gaze swept across the people behind the 3rd princess and paused on a handsome and elegant young man in his 30s who was looking at her with a smile. She already knew why he had come. She subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi, giving Ning Qi a bad feeling. Sure enough, the 3rd princess smiled and said, "Previously, I made an agreement with 9th sister to have our respective alchemists compete. Have you forgotten? If you win, why don't you give little Gray to me?" The 9th princess hugged Gray Ash tightly and looked at the 3rd princess warily. "Gray Ash was given to me by my imperial father. Don't even think about touching it." Jun Wuxia laughed and said, "Oh, so 9th younger sister doesn't dare to gamble." "Who says I don't dare?" The 9th princess exploded when she heard that. Like a hen whose chicks had been snatched away, she exuded a belligerent aura and glared at the other party. "Let's gamble. 3rd sister, don't you think that I don't have any alchemy grandmasters because of Sima Ci? Ha ha, Ning Qi, come over here." Deng San glanced at Ning Qi and gave him a look. Ning Qi forced a smile and walked forward. "What orders do you have, 9th princess?" The 9th princess said loudly, "I'm sending you to compete in alchemy with my 3rd sister's subordinate, Sima Ci. If you win, I'll reward you with a dragon-seeking rat cub." "Dragon-seeking rat?" Ning Qi was slightly shocked. He had seen this fellow in the dragon-slaying mall before. It was a level 6 boss-level demonic beast that loved the feces of giant dragons. Therefore, it was born with the innate ability to locate giant dragons. However, the most commendable thing was that an adult dragon-seeking mouse was completely unafraid of ordinary giant dragons. Its incomparably sharp fangs could easily bite through the scale-covered throat of a giant dragon of the same level. Therefore, this was a relatively special kind of monster. In the dragon-slaying mall, a dragon-seeking rat cub was sold for 50,000 dragon-slaying coins. Thinking of this, Ning-Chi suddenly felt that the 9th princess' face had become extremely cute. Dragon-seeking rat? 9th sister, you're so generous. A trace of jealousy flashed across the 3rd princess' face, but it was immediately hidden. She then looked at Ning-Chi with a smile and sized him up. I've never seen this guy before. Is he the external help that 9th sister invited from the Tianyu sect? The 9th princess immediately said, He's not my grandfather's subordinate. Ning-Chi introduced himself. I'm the dragon-slaying marquis of the Qin Tang Empire. Nice to meet you, 3rd princess. Qin Tang Empire? Oh, that small country. I heard that there are 3 alchemy grandmasters in the capital. Which one of them are you a disciple of? The 3rd princess smiled. Sima Si, who was standing half a step behind her, glanced at Ning-Chi with a sharp gaze. Then, a trace of undisguised disdain appeared on his face. The Qin Tang Empire was a vassal state of the Herb sect. At most, this guy was from the Herb sect. Compared to his background, he was a notch lower. Ning-Chi smiled and said, None of them. I'm their peer. So you're also an alchemy grandmaster? The 3rd princess was surprised. She had never seen such a young alchemy grandmaster. How could a small country like the Qin Tang Empire cultivate such a talent? Sima Si sneered. Alchemy grandmaster? You talk big. The 9th princess glanced at him coldly. Sima Si, don't think that just because I spoil you, you dare to order my subordinates around. Sima Si's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shut his mouth resentfully. Ning-Chi was also speechless. How did I become your subordinate? The 3rd princess smiled and said, In that case, I also want to see what's so magical about such a young alchemy grandmaster. 9th sister, let's make a bet. We'll bet on your sky-dominating ape. If I lose, I'll send you the adult golden cicada in my mansion. What do you think? Golden cicada is just a rank 6 monster. How can it compare to my little gray? The 9th princess snorted disdainfully. The 3rd princess was not annoyed. She smiled and said, If a rank 7 monster wants to reach adulthood, it will have to wait at least 30 to 40 years without tens of thousands of spirit cultivation pills. My golden cicada has reached adulthood for a long time. In terms of value, it's about the same as your sky-dominating ape cub. At this time, the cold maidservant beside the 9th princess said, 3rd princess, your sky-dominating ape was bestowed by His Majesty. It's disrespectful to His Majesty to use it as a bet. Please make another bet. Chapter 121. Rank 6 Demonic Beast Wu Maji said coldly, I'm just reminding you, princess. Who said that something bestowed by father can't be used as a bet? Since when did the White Tiger Empire have such a rule? The 3rd princess sneered. She was right. There was no such rule in the White Tiger Empire, but basically no one dared to use something bestowed by the emperor as a bet. However, the royal family was not very afraid of it, especially the 3rd and 9th princesses, who were quite favored by the emperor. Wu Maji said to the 9th princess, Your Highness, don't be bewitched by others. The 9th princess couldn't listen to anyone's advice. She was furious when she thought of how the 3rd princess had been targeting her for the past few years. Wu Maji, you don't have to persuade me. Since 3rd sister wants to bet with me so much, if I don't, I'll be laughed at by the other brothers and sisters. I must bet today, but I don't accept the stakes. Golden cicada doesn't even deserve to carry shoes for my little gray. The ninth princess sneered. Seeing this, Wu Maji retreated to the side expressionlessly and stopped talking. However, Ning Qi felt that she seemed to have glanced at him. When Ning Qi looked over, he saw that she was looking down, as if it was just an illusion. The third princess smiled and said, "Ninth sister, I'll add another sky howling white tiger. Are you satisfied?" Sky howling white tiger? That's equivalent to 2 rank 6 demonic beasts. I wonder if they're adults. Ning Qi thought to himself. In the past few days, he had gained a deeper understanding of the White Tiger Empire. He knew that the White Tiger Empire had 4 sacred beasts, which were the descendants of the 4 demonic beasts raised by the founding emperor. The rank 5 ice crystal white tiger was the kind that pulled the carriage for the 9th princess. The rank 6 sky howling white tiger. The rank 7 mystic spirit white tiger. It was a level 8 demon beast, the Saint Flame white tiger. Among them, the ice crystal white tiger was a must-have demonic beast for the royal family. Every prince and princess had a dozen or so. It was a symbol of status. Outsiders would know that the royal family was traveling and would definitely avoid it. As for the rank 6 howling sky white tiger, it was bestowed by the emperor to those married princesses or princes who had married into adulthood. As for the rank 7 profound spirit white tiger, only those who had made great contributions would be rewarded. Even in the imperial palace, there were only a few adult profound spirit white tigers. Among the 4 types of white tigers, the strongest was the Saint Flame white tiger. It was the exclusive demon beast of every generation of the White Tiger Empire's emperor, and it was passed down from generation to generation. An adult Saint Flame white tiger was equivalent to an 8th grade high-level demon beast. He was born with a heavenly flame that was ranked in the top 30 of the heavenly flame ranking, the 9 heaven sacred flame. An ordinary Do Zun would turn into ashes if he came into contact with it. He was the strongest fighting strength of the White Tiger Empire. In fact, the Ice Crystal White Tiger and the Sacred Flame White Tiger belonged to the same lineage. However, after thousands of years of reproduction, coupled with some man-made historical factors, 4 kinds of white tigers were created. In theory, the Ice Crystal White Tiger also had a certain chance to advance into the Sacred Flame White Tiger, but the probability was extremely small. The White Tiger Empire had never had a successful case. The most successful case was when an Ice Crystal White Tiger advanced into the profound spiritual White Tiger at a huge cost. And the price was equivalent to 10 years of the White Tiger Empire's treasury income. The loss outweighed the gain. Since then, no one had tried to make them advance again. If I win the sky howling white tiger, I'll walk around the palace with it. Everyone will know that third sister lost to me. Let's see if she still has the face to make things difficult for me. Thinking of this, the 9th princess laughed and said, "All right, it's a deal. Then let's sign the contract." The 3rd princess smiled. After signing the contract, the 9th princess said, "Then let's bet on refining middle-grade yellow-level spirit cultivation pills." After saying this, a sly look flashed in her eyes. Sima Ci sneered disdainfully. Alchemy grandmasters competing to refine middle-grade yellow-level spirit cultivation pills? What a joke. The 3rd princess also smiled and said, "Yes, 9th sister must be joking." The 9th princess immediately frowned and said, "Then what kind of pills are we refining? If my subordinate doesn't know the pill formula, how can he compete? Why don't we let him tell us what the competition is?" The 3rd princess looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at the 9th princess and said with a flattering smile, "9th princess, you just said that if I win, you'll reward me with a 6th-rank demonic beast dragon-seeking mouse?" Deng San's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Along the way, although Ning Qi had spoken in a friendly manner, deep in his bones, there was an air of unwillingness to compromise. Because he didn't offend the princess, Deng San turned a blind eye to it. It was normal for an alchemy grandmaster to have some arrogance. However, once he heard that the princess wanted to reward him with a dragon-seeking mouse, he immediately became so tactful. The ninth princess said impatiently, "Of course, do you think I'm joking? Quickly tell them what kind of pill you can refine to symbolize your identity as an alchemy grandmaster. As long as you win this competition, I'll greatly reward you." "Hee, please wait a moment. I know too many pill formulas. Let me think." Ning Qi pretended to be profound and closed his eyes. In fact, he entered the dragon-slaying mall and searched for pill formulas. After summoning gang leader Qiao, he still had 45,700 dragon slayer coins left, which was more than enough to buy a third-stage elixir formula. These few days, he had also thought it through. Rather than saving the Dragon Slayer coins to buy the Sky Edge Bright Moon Saber, it was better to increase his strength first. It was really uncomfortable to be inferior to the unruly princess these few days and be at the mercy of others. Deliberately mystifying. Sima Si sneered disdainfully. He did not believe that a third-rate alchemy grandmaster from the Qin Tang Empire would know a few pill formulas. In his eyes, this was completely Ning Qi trying to create pressure on him. Sima Si will not be fooled," he thought with a sneer. The third princess smiled and looked very calm, but there was a trace of doubt in her eyes that was difficult to detect. "He knows so many pill formulas? Does he need to think for so long?" The ninth princess was a little surprised, followed by joy. The more Ning Qi behaved like this, the more confidence she had in him. Wu Maji glanced at Ning Qi indifferently, not knowing what she was thinking. First-rank pill formulas: low-grade yellow-level spirit cultivation pill, low-grade yellow-level qi gathering pill. Second-rank pill formulas: mid-grade yellow-level spirit cultivation pill, high-grade yellow-level rejuvenation pill, supreme-grade yellow-level detoxification pill. Third-rank pill formulas: mid-grade yellow-level strange fighting pill, mid-grade yellow-level cocoon breaking pill. One by one, familiar pill formulas flashed in front of Ning Qi's eyes. The grade of the pill formula was not directly proportional to the grade of the pill. Some first-rank pill formulas could refine yellow-level pills, but some third-rank pill formulas could only refine yellow-level and mid-grade pills. Chapter 122. Crushing Strength. For example, if a level 2 pill formula, the mid-grade yellow-rank spirit-raising pill, was refined by an alchemy grandmaster, it would still be a mid-grade yellow-rank spirit-raising pill. However, a level 3 divergent fighting pill's pill formula contained two grades, low-grade and mid-grade. If one wanted a higher grade, one would have to learn a level 4 pill formula, or even a level 5 pill formula. Ning Qi directly ignored the level 3 pill formula and looked at the level 4 and level 5 pill formula. Level 4 pill formula: yellow rank middle grade cocoon breaking pill, yellow rank top grade spirit nurturing pill. Level 5 pill formula: yellow rank high grade cocoon breaking pill, profound rank low grade spirit nurturing pill. Ning Qi looked at the price. A level 3 spirit nurturing pill would cost 2,000 dragon slaying coins, a level 4 pill would cost 5,000 dragon slaying coins, and a level 5 pill would cost 10,000 dragon slaying coins. This price made his heart ache. A level 5 cocoon breaking pill was even more expensive. It was a full 14,000 dragon slaying coins. It was not worth it at all. If I refine a profound rank low-grade spirit nurturing pill, this unruly princess will probably put shackles on me again and treat me as a labor day and night, refining pills for her, right? Thinking of this, Ning Qi felt a chill. He decided that he would buy the level 5 spirit nurturing pill formula, but he would hide it for his own use. For today's competition, he would use the strange fighting pill. After all, it was a level 3 pill formula, and it was enough to show his identity as an alchemy grandmaster. Therefore, he opened his eyes and said with a confident smile, "Let's compete in the strange fighting pill formula. Do you know how to do it?" Strange fighting pill? A look of ease and disdain flashed across Sima Si's eyes. He thought that Ning Qi would have some kind of ancient confusion, but in the end, he chose this kind of pill that was only considered to be above average in the level 3 pill formula. The third princess heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile on her face. Sima Si had learned the strange fighting pill 8 years ago, and it could be considered one of the few pills he was good at. The ninth princess revealed a look of anxiety and gave Ning Qi a look. In the end, Ning Qi pretended not to see it. She was so angry that she almost wanted Deng San to slap Ning Qi to death. Why did he choose the strange fighting pill? Of course, she knew that Sima Si was proficient in a few types of pills, one of which was the mutated battle pill. It seemed like this bet was a little uncertain. Sima Si smiled and said, "Then let's have a duel of pills. How are you going to compete? You guys decide on the rules." His words were filled with unparalleled confidence. "Ninth sister, are you afraid? If you don't want to bet, I can give you a chance." The third princess smiled. The unruly princess snorted coldly. Afraid? In my dictionary, there is no such thing as fear. Third sister, if you want to gamble, I'll accompany you. If that's the case, why don't we follow the normal rules and compete on pill refining speed and success rate? Deng San smiled. His suggestion was approved by both sides. After that, everyone came to the back garden of the ninth princess residence. Although it was called a garden, it was actually a forest. One could not see the end of it at a glance. Occasionally, there would be ice crystal white tigers running and playing. The residence of the ninth princess was already so magnificent. It could be seen how powerful the White Tiger Empire was. It was much more powerful than the Qin Tang Empire. Ning Qi and Sima Si sat down. Before they started refining the pills, the servants from both sides were already at each other's throats as they glared at each other. The leader of the knights, who was also a Do Huang, beside the third princess, looked at Deng San with a trace of schadenfreude and ridicule. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was somewhat hostile because of their master. "Master Ning, come on. Defeat Sima Si. I believe you can do it." Deng San's group of Do Wang's subordinates shouted at Ning Qi. Then, the servants who saw Ning Qi for the first time also followed suit and cheered loudly for Ning Qi. When the unruly princess saw this, her face flushed and she shouted, "Ning Qi, defeat him for me! Master Sima, a country bumpkin from the Qin Tang Empire, is no match for you. We will wait for your victory. Let him see how powerful the alchemy grandmasters of our White Tiger Empire are." The third princess's subordinates were not to be outdone and loudly ridiculed. She was much older than the ninth princess, so she naturally would not be as jumpy as her and shout regardless of her status. Instead, she was very reserved and showed a graceful smile, as if victory was in her hands. After about an hour or so, there were servants who had gathered the spiritual herbs for the special dough pill and carried them over. There were 200 sets for each person. "Master Ning, are you ready? Let's begin." Sima Si showed a confident smile and said slowly. There was obvious ridicule in his tone. "Then let's begin." Ning Qi smiled slightly. Then, a ball of mystical fire rose in Sima Si's hand. His mystical fire was black and somewhat shaped like a blooming lotus. This is the Black Lotus Sacred Fire, ranked 79th on the mystical fire list. Master Sima will definitely win. Sima Si smiled and began to refine the pill. Under his Black Lotus Sacred Fire, the spiritual herbs quickly turned into a ball of liquid and changed shape. Sima Si's expression was relaxed, showing his amazing control. At this time, Ning Qi's devouring dragon fire also rushed out of his palm. The third princess's expression changed slightly. Devouring dragon fire? She knew that this kind of mystical fire was very rare, which was hated by the dragon clan. She slightly changed her view of Ning Qi's strength. "Your Highness, it's devouring dragon fire. Although its ranking is not as high as the Black Lotus Sacred Fire, it is more difficult to obtain." Deng San whispered in the ninth princess's ear. There was a trace of confidence in the ninth princess's eyes, and her eyes were full of expectation as she looked at Ning Qi. As soon as Ning Qi made his move, everyone was shocked. His control was obviously better than Sima Si's. His expression was calm, but his speed was not slower than Sima Si's. Not long after, under Ning Qi's control, the liquid gradually stabilized and turned into a longan-sized pill, overflowing with a strange fragrance. A yellow-rank mid-grade variant dipper pill was refined just like that, and it took less than 2 hours. As for Sima Si, when Ning Qi began to refine the second Edo pill, he had just formed the pill. His expression instantly became extremely ugly. The ninth princess laughed and said, "Third sister, it seems that you have lost." The third princess smiled slightly. Refining pills can be fast or slow, and there is also the success rate. The winner is not decided yet. Ninth sister, don't be too happy too early. Although she said that, her expression was not as calm as before, and there was a trace of pressure in her eyes as she looked at Sima Si. He is lucky. When he fails to form the pill, his speed will definitely not be faster than mine. Sima Si thought to himself, and his face revealed confidence again as he began to refine the second Edo pill. Master Ning has formed the pill again. Ah, the fourth one. The fifth one. What's wrong with Master Sima? Only the second one? And one failed? His speed is far worse than Master Ning's. Ha ha. The servants began to mock and ridicule one after another. Chapter 123. A sugar-coated bullet. However, the happiest person was none other than the unruly princess. She laughed proudly and said to the third princess, "Your Sima Si is no match for my Ning Qi in terms of speed and success rate. Third sister, hurry up and send your golden cicada and sky-howl white tiger over. I have plenty of spirit-enhancing pills here. It won't be a problem to feed them, ha ha ha." The third princess forced a smile and said, "Ninth sister, what's the hurry? Let's continue watching." Sima Si glanced at Ning Qi with a hint of panic on his face. The other party was still maintaining a 100% success rate? This caught him off guard. How could an alchemist from the Qin Tang Empire be so strong? No, he's just lucky. Sima Si muttered to himself to cheer himself up. Ning Qi had been maintaining the speed of one special combat pill every 2 hours and had never failed. On the other hand, Sima Si needed an hour and about 3 or 4 out of 10 pills would fail. In just a day, there were more than 10 special combat pills on the silver plate in front of Ning Qi, while Sima Si only had a pitiful 5. The outcome was already obvious. There was no need to compete to the end. After all, the difference between the two was like the difference between an alchemist grandmaster and an alchemist grandmaster. Sima Si was naturally the alchemist grandmaster in everyone's eyes. The third princess subordinates immediately felt ashamed. Faced with the ridicule of the unruly princess, they had no right to retort. "Ninth sister, I'll get someone to send the things to your residence." The third princess suddenly stood up and said. Then, she took a deep look at Ning Qi and said coldly, "You're very good." After saying that, she turned around and left with everyone. Her subordinates had long felt ashamed to stay there and left. At this moment, Sima Si, who was in the middle of refining, saw this scene and was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the juice on his palm exploded and sprayed all over his face. However, Sima Si completely ignored the burn on his face and shouted at the third princess's back, "Third princess, I haven't lost yet, I haven't lost yet." The third princess did not even turn her head, as if she could not hear him. Sima Si's expression turned cold when he saw this. He glared at Ning Qi with hatred and got up to leave. Ning Qi smiled. "Take care, Grandmaster Sima." Sima Si staggered and quickly left the place amidst the scornful laughter of the crowd. "Ha ha ha! That old witch finally lost to me. Deng San passed down the order. The mansion will celebrate for 10 days and 10 nights. The unruly princess laughed loudly. Long live the princess! Long live the princess! The servants raised their hands in joy. Ning Qi walked to the side of the unruly princess with a smile and said, "Your Highness, this subordinate did not disappoint you and won this alchemy battle." That dragon-seeking mouse! The unruly princess patted Ning Qi's shoulder in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I never go back on my word. Wu Maji, go to my demonic beast garden and bring the dragon-seeking rat here. Oh, and bring a 6th-rank demonic beast contract along the way. I'm going to give it to Ning Qi, the hero." Wu Maji nodded and turned to leave. Deng San's subordinates looked at Ning Qi with envy and jealousy. A rank 6 dragon-seeking rat. When it matured, it would be equivalent to a peak Emperor Do. Soon Wu Maji walked over with a palm-sized rat with light golden fur. She handed the rat to Ning Qi and gave him a 6th-rank demonic pet contract. Rank 6 demonic beast, dragon-seeking rat infant. After Ning Qi looked at its attributes, he used the demonic pet contract in front of everyone and took this dragon-seeking rat as his demonic pet. At this point, his 3 demonic pet slots were filled. If he wanted to take in more demonic pets in the future, he would probably have to buy an expansion card from the Dragon Slaying Mall. After establishing a spiritual connection with Ning Qi, the sleepy dragon-seeking rat suddenly opened its eyes and climbed onto Ning Qi's neck, rubbing its nose gently. Ning Qi laughed and rubbed its chin with the pad of his finger. He said, "I'll call you Xiao Jin from now on." Xiao Jin seemed to understand and happily burrowed into Ning Qi's collar. Only its little head peeked out and it looked around with its clever and cute little eyes. Seeing this, a trace of reluctance flashed in the unruly princess's eyes. This was the demonic pet she had prepared for herself. However, when she thought that third sister was about to send Golden Cicada and Sky Howling White Tiger over, she immediately felt much better. In order to win, it was worth it to pay a higher price. Now, she found Ning Qi more pleasing to the eye. The unruly princess smiled and said, "Deng San, help Ning Qi arrange a place to stay." Deng San nodded and said, "Yes, princess." Then, the unruly princess smiled at Ning Qi and said, "You stay in my princess residence and refine pills well. I will not treat you badly. Oh, little Gray needs a lot of spiritual cultivation pills now. Give me 4,000 a month." 4,000? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. "Why, is there a problem?" The unruly princess raised her chin and looked at Ning Qi maliciously. "Looks like I have to hurry and escape from this damn place. You're treating me like a coolie," Ning Qi secretly said in his heart, but his face showed an amiable smile. "Of course, 4,000 is no problem." "Well," the unruly princess patted Ning Qi's shoulder intimately and said with a smile, "I will let Deng San be in charge of your daily life. He will also transport the spirit herbs. You can tell Deng San when you need it. He can't make the decision. You can tell me. I'm going to the door now to wait for my third sister to send the bet, ha." After that, the unruly princess turned and left with Wu Maji. Deng San's group of men hurriedly followed. Deng San smiled at Ning Qi and said, "Master Ning, the princess is a little impatient, but she is a good person. You will slowly get used to it. Come with me." Deng San arranged a luxurious courtyard for Ning Qi next to the princess residence's alchemy room. He also assigned Ning Qi 18 maids and 20 handymen. The maids were all as beautiful as flowers. After they learned that Ning Qi was an alchemy grandmaster and had helped the 9th princess win the bet between her and the 3rd princess, they looked at Ning Qi with stars and peach blossoms in their eyes. Ning Qi used his invasive gaze to size up the servant girls and nodded in satisfaction. Deng San saw this and smiled slightly in his heart. As long as you gave him beauty and wealth, there was no one who couldn't be tied. In his eyes, Ning Qi should be immersed in beauty at this age, and Ning Qi's performance also matched his guess. Master Ning, I live in the courtyard next door. Call me if you need anything. I won't disturb you. Well, since these maids are here to serve you, they are your people. You can do whatever you want. When Deng San left, he winked at Ning Qi and showed a smile that all men understood. Ning Qi looked at Deng San's back with a smile on his face. When he completely disappeared from his sight, Ning Qi stopped smiling and sneered. Chapter 124. The four maids. Young master, why don't you take a bath and change your clothes first? Among the 18 maids, 4 of them were the prettiest. They were no weaker than Zhan Tai and Qing Xian. They walked to Ning Qi's side with smiles and spoke softly. Take a bath and change my clothes? Let's go. Ning Qi smiled. What are your names? Ning Qi asked as he walked to the room. Knowing that he wanted to take a bath and change his clothes, some servants went to fetch hot water. The remaining 14 maids jogged to the room to prepare, while others went to choose suitable clothes for Ning Qi. The division of labor was clear. Young master, my name is Xian Che. The maid who looked the most mature and charming among the 4 said with a smile. Young master, my name is Xian Jing. This was a maid who looked gentle and quiet. She was just like her name. Young master, my name is Xian Lian. Young master, my name is Xian Yi. 2 maids who looked almost the same and exuded a youthful aura said in unison. They should be twin sisters. Third Master Deng is really generous, Ning Qi praised. Xian Che smiled slightly. A fragrance was emitted from her body. Third Master Deng gave us to young master, so we are young master's people. I hope young master will take care of us. Hearing this, the other 3 girls blushed and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Well said. I can see that all of you have the foundation of fighting energy. Xian Che, you are a peak warrior, Xian Jing is a 9-star warrior, and Xian Lian and Xian Yi are 8-star warriors, right? Ning Qi smiled. Young master is wise. Xian Che nodded. Then after I finish refining the spiritual cultivation pill for the princess, I will refine some special fighting pills for you. Ning Qi smiled. Ah, thank you, young master. The 4 of them were overjoyed. When Ning Qi entered the room, there was already a maid waiting for him with the water. This was a small indoor pool that could accommodate more than a dozen people. White steam surrounded the pool, and fragrant flower petals were scattered on the surface. It was like a paradise on earth. Xian Che gave the maids a look, and they left the room unwillingly. Finally, the 4 women stepped forward and reached for Ning Qi's clothes. When Xiao Jin saw that the clothes covering his body were gone, he immediately squeaked, scaring the 4 girls. Then, he saw the pool in front of him and directly jumped up from Ning Qi's shoulder. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the water. Then, he swam around with a look of enjoyment on his face. This is the Princess Dragon-Seeking Mouse. The 4 women were shocked. From this, they could see once again that the princess valued Ning Qi very much. There was more respect in their eyes. Xian Lian and Xian Yi were a little shy and didn't dare to look at Ning Qi's body. Xian Che and Xian Jing took off their clothes and exposed their perfect curves to the steam. Xian Lian, Xian Yi, what are you waiting for? Xian Che looked at the 2 girls with a reproachful look. The 2 girls quickly took off their clothes as well. Young master, let us help you wipe your back. Xian Jing leaned on Ning Qi and said with a smile. To have the 4 beauties scrubbing my back, this is my good fortune from my previous life, ha ha ha. Ning Qi wasn't bashful at all. He didn't look like a teenager at all, which made Xian Che's eyes flash with a trace of doubt. They didn't know that Ning Qi's identity on Earth in his previous life made him used to such romantic scenes. Today was a rare opportunity for him to relax, and he couldn't ask for more. After entering the pool, Ning Qi narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. He couldn't enjoy this kind of treatment even on Earth. He thought about how he had been improving his strength and scheming against others ever since he came to the Dragon's continent. Such opportunities would probably be rare in the future, and he almost felt that it wasn't bad to stay here. Third brother Deng, your sugar-coated cannonball is still somewhat effective. Ning Qi smiled bitterly in his heart. Squeak squeak. After swimming for a while, Xiao Jin saw that Ning Qi was bustling with activity and came over. Xian Lian and Xian Yi stared at it curiously and were a little tempted. Touch it if you want. Xiao Jin, don't bite these big sisters. Ning Qi smiled. Ah. This is my first time touching a 6th-rank demonic beast. Xian Lian and Xian Yi grabbed Xiao Jin and kept rubbing its face. Xiao Jin wanted to resist, but Ning Qi gave the order. It had no choice but to lie in the two girls' palms with a lifeless look, too lazy to move. After washing for a full 2 hours, Ning Qi stood up from the pool and changed into a set of white clothes with the help of the 4 girls. Although his facial features looked a little ordinary, he had an unparalleled aura. Young Master, Third Master Deng has sent the spiritual herbs. A maidservant said outside the door. How many in total? Ning Qi asked. More than 6,000. The maidservant answered. At least you didn't completely exploit me. You even left 2,000 for me. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. For the next half a month, he was refining middle-grade yellow-level spirit cultivation pills day and night. He didn't avoid Xian Che and the other 3 girls and let them take care of his daily life. Sometimes, Xian Lian and Xian Yi would sit quietly next to Ning Qi and watch him refine the pills curiously. They were completely engrossed in it and would watch for half a day. Young Master, you're amazing. You didn't fail even once. Your success rate is 100%. Xian Lian Xian Yi said with admiration. Xian Che and Xian Jing finally understood why the princess valued Ning Qi so much. Not only did he help the princess win the bet, but he was also a genius among alchemists. They had lived in the princess' residence for a long time, so they naturally knew more than ordinary maidservants. They naturally knew that alchemists had a success rate. The better ones had a success rate of 70% to 80%, 50% to 60%, and the worse ones had a success rate of 10% or even less than 5%. They had never heard of any alchemy grandmaster in the White Tiger Empire with such a high success rate. At this time, Ning Qi refined the last middle-grade yellow-level spirit cultivation pill. He stretched and said, I've finally completed the task. Xian Che, Xian Jing, help me send these 4,000 spirit cultivation pills to Third Master Deng. There were many porcelain bottles in front of Ning Qi that were filled with spirit cultivation pills. Xian Che and Xian Jing nodded. The 2 of them sent the pills to Third Master Deng's courtyard. Third Master Deng nodded in satisfaction when he saw the pills. Then, he looked at the 2 girls and was slightly stunned. Are you still virgins? Xian Che said. Master Ning is busy with alchemy, so? Oh. Third Master Deng nodded. His opinion of Ning Qi had changed a little. He smiled and said, Serve Master Ning well, and you'll be rewarded. The 2 girls nodded. Yes. Your Highness, these are this month's spirit cultivation pills. I've seen them. There are 4,000 pills, not one less. Third Master Deng smiled as he handed the spirit cultivation pills to the unruly princess. Little Gray could not wait to jump off the unruly princess. It opened a bottle of pills and gulped them down. The unruly princess smiled. This kid is quite diligent. Chapter 125. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 4. After refining this batch of pills, Ning Qi's alchemy proficiency had exceeded 100,000, becoming a 4th-stage alchemist. A 5th-stage alchemist needed 1,000,000 proficiency, which was impossible in a short period of time. Thinking that there were still 3 days of useless low-level training grounds in the system, Ning Qi thought it was time to raise the level of Dragon Elephant Prajna Art. Coincidentally, he now had 45,700 Dragon Slayer coins, which didn't cost much to buy a low-level training ground. Thinking of this, He first took out 4 bottles of special dough pills and handed them to Xin Lian and Xin Yi. When Xin Che and Xin Jing come back, you guys can divide them and try to condense a different kind of dough qi. I will be in seclusion for 10 days. During this period, don't come to the room, understand? Xin Lian and Xin Yi happily took the pills and said in unison, "We will definitely help Gongzi guard the door and not let anyone disturb Gongzi's cultivation." Ning Qi satisfactorily pinched the 2 girls' cheeks and patted their little buttocks. "Go out. Gongzi, you're so bad." The 2 girls pouted and ran out of the room laughing. Ning Qi subconsciously reached out and sniffed, then revealed a trace of a smile. "The fragrance of virgins, haha system, I want to enter the low-level training ground." 3 days in the training grounds was equivalent to 3 months. Ning Qi meditated for an hour to increase the proficiency of the dragon elephant prajna art by 1 point. In a month, it would be around 720 points. In 3 months, it would be 2,100 points. When the time was up, Ning Qi took a look at his attribute. Host. Ning Qi level. Peak Great Do Shuri XP. 500000/500000 Cultivation Method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 3, 2580/10,000 Martial Skill. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms Level 4, 18900/100000 Profound Top Grade 5 Tigers Breaking Gate Blade Level 3, 7820/10,000 Health Points, 12700 Alchemy. 4th Stage Alchemist, Proficiency 100/1000000 Dragon Slayer Coins. 58,000 inch. I still need more than 7,000 proficiency points. It will take at least nearly a year, Ning Qi calculated in his heart, and focused his attention on the dragon-slaying mall, reading the introduction of the intermediate training ground. The intermediate training ground costs 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins, and the time ratio in the outside world is 150:1. It doesn't seem as cost-effective as the low-level training ground. It's the same amount of Dragon Slayer coins, but it reduces the time spent on the Draconic continent. Ning Qi thought about it and decided not to choose the intermediate cultivation training ground. He was not in a hurry anyway. There was no need to waste another 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Thinking of this, he once again purchased 10 days of low-level cultivation training grounds from the system. At this time, he only had 44,700 Dragon Slayer coins left. In the training field, he practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna art day and night. It was boring. If he didn't occasionally release Little Purple, Little White, and Little Gold to play, he might have gone crazy cultivating like this. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 300 days had passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th stage of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. The system's cute notification sound rang out. Ning Qi felt the blood and qi in his body surge, and his strength increased by several times. He suddenly felt invincible, and his health points soared from 12,700 to 112,700. This health points had surpassed most emperor fighters. Qin Jing, the emperor of the Qin Tang Empire, only had 120,000 health points, and Ning Qi only had 7,300 less than him. It could be said that this increase was huge for Ning Qi's strength. It increased Ning Qi's survivability by more than 10 times. If he encountered that old fellow Qiu Wanli again, Ning Qi would not consider running away, but preparing to exhaust the other party with his advantage in health points. After a year of hard training, Ning Qi did not understand if those guys who went into seclusion for more than 10 years were made of wood. Otherwise, why would they not go crazy? Next, if he bought another intermediate cultivation ground for 20 days, he could go into seclusion to raise the Dragon Elephant Prajna art to the 5th stage. However, when he thought that he would need to stay in there alone for 10 years, Ning Qi immediately dispelled this idea. Third Master Deng, young master is in seclusion. You can't go in. Young master said not to let anyone disturb his cultivation. Xian Lian and Xian Yi's voice came from outside the door. There was a trace of fear and anxiety in her tone. Following that, Xian Che and Xian Jing also tried to persuade him. Then, Deng San's voice came, "Move aside, I have something to discuss with Master Ning." Creak. Ning Qi pushed the door open and walked out with a face full of smiles. He smiled at Deng San and said, "Third brother Deng, what urgent matter do you have for me?" Deng San and Xian Che looked at Ning Qi with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Why did Ning Qi's temperament seem to have changed again in a mere 10 days? It was as if he had become a different person. "Master Ning, have you made a breakthrough in alchemy?" Seeing that Ning Qi was still a pique de douceur, Deng San suspected that Ning Qi must have made a breakthrough in other aspects. Otherwise, his temperament would not have changed so obviously. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I have made some small gains. Third brother Deng, please excuse me." Deng San laughed. "Congratulations, Master Ning." He then continued, "The princess has used up all the spiritual cultivation pills. Master Ning, what do you think? It hasn't been a month yet. If the princess treats me as a coolie, third brother Deng, you might as well kill me." Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Deng San also knew that the princess' request was a little overboard. Since they had agreed on 4,000 pills, it should be 4,000. However, the 9th princess was fickle in nature. Since she had sent him over, Deng San had to get a satisfactory answer. Therefore, he laughed bitterly. "Master Ning, there is nothing I can do. I dare not disobey the princess' order. I will have to trouble Master Ning to refine another batch of spiritual cultivation pills." Finishing his words, he patted Ning Qi's shoulder and turned to leave. "Young master, you have just come out of seclusion. To ask you to refine pills, this is too Xian pitiful, and Xian Yi felt that it was unfair for Ning Qi. However, when she saw Xian Che glare at them, she immediately stuck out her tongue cutely. "There are many people here. If you speak carelessly and the princess hears about it, be careful that your buttocks will blossom." Xian Jing said in a low voice. "Got it, sisters." The two girls giggled. "It seems that I can only be a coolie." Ning Qi sighed and said, "Young master, why don't you take a bath and change your clothes? The 4 of us will help you loosen your bones." Xian Che smiled. "I wouldn't feel tired if you didn't mention it. My bones are especially sore now that you mention it. Let's massage a few more times later." Ning Qi immediately said. When the 5 of them came out of the room, Ning Qi looked refreshed while Xian Che and the other girls' faces were red. In the eyes of the other maids, it was obvious that the 4 girls were eaten by Ning Qi. However, only the 4 girls knew the truth of the matter. "By the way, have you all condensed your different kinds of battle energy?" Ning Qi turned and asked. "Thanks to young master." Chapter 126. Xincha's fighting energy was light green, while Xinjing's was light blue. Obviously, one was wood and the other was water. They were considered common attribute. Then, he saw Xinlian and Cinny lowering their heads. "What's wrong with you two?" Ning Qi smiled. "Child, we didn't condense any fighting energy." Xinlian felt wronged. "That's nothing. Take these pills." Ning Qi still had 40 to 50 pills in his spatial bag. He took them all out and gave them to the 2 girls. "Thank you, child." Xian Lian and Xian Yi happily received the elixir and kissed Ning Qi. Xian Che and Xian Jing smiled as they watched this scene. At this moment, the other maidservants were looking at the 4 of them with jealousy. Unfortunately, their looks were slightly inferior. Otherwise, they would have gone to seduce Ning Qi. After nightfall, Ning Qi sat alone in the pitch-black room, and Xiao Jin climbed up and down his body. During this time, Ning Qi had fed most of the remaining spirit cultivation pills in his space bag to this little guy. However, because it was a 6th-rank boss-level demon beast, it was much more difficult for it to reach adulthood than Little Purple. Thousands of middle-grade yellow-rank spirit cultivation pills had only made its body a little bigger. Ningqi did a quick calculation and realized that it would take 10 times more spirit-raising pills than little Z to reach adulthood. Such a big appetite for such a small guy. Ningqi muttered, "Go out and help me. I can't just eat and do nothing." Goldie squeaked and ran out of the room. After walking around, it returned to Ningqi's feet. It jumped onto Ningqi's shoulder and squeaked a few times in Ningqi's ear. Deng San even sent 10 Peking fighters to patrol the gate of my courtyard. It's been almost a month, and he still doesn't trust me? Ningqi said to himself angrily. He only had about 10 months to complete his advancement mission. If he didn't escape from the unruly princess's mansion as soon as possible, he would fail the mission. After thinking about it, he could only look at the Dragon Slayer Mall. There are so many goods here. I don't believe there is nothing that I can use now. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Invisibility talisman. Damn, how could I forget that? Ningqi wanted to slap himself. Yellow low-grade invisibility talisman. Lasts for 24 hours. Price: 10 Dragon Slayer coins. It's not safe to use a low-grade one. If Deng San discovers my tracks, it will be difficult to escape. According to that unruly princess's temper, she will definitely put a set of shackles on me. Low Xian rank invisibility talisman. Duration: 240 hours. Price: 500 dragon slaying coins. Those below the Dozong realm will not be able to sense it. As soon as Ningqi saw the words at the back, he immediately bought 2 copies, one for little Z and one for himself. 10 days was enough for him to fly to the Mountain Sea region. Even if Deng San grew a pair of wings, he would not be able to catch up. After some thought, he found a pen and paper and wrote a note. Beautiful 9th Princess, because I still have some private matters to deal with, I will leave without saying goodbye. Please don't miss me, 9th Princess, and don't call 3rd brother Deng to chase after me. You won't be able to find me. If there is a chance in the future, we will naturally meet again. By the way, please keep Xincha's 4 maids. I will redeem them in the future, Ningqi. After he finished writing, Ningqi was quite satisfied with his calligraphy skills. At least it was neat and tidy, and people could clearly see what he was writing. After leaving the note, Ningqi got up and walked out of the room. After thinking for a while, he walked to the door of the 4 maids' room and pushed the door open. The 4 were sleeping soundly and did not notice anything. Xian Lian and Xian Yi seemed to be having a sweet dream. There was a smile on her lips. Xincha's sleeping posture was very good. As for Xian Jing, Ningqi looked up and saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him under the moonlight. "Young master, are you leaving?" After looking at each other for a while, Xian Jing whispered. Ningqi smiled slightly. "How do you know?" A hint of worry flashed in Xian Jing's eyes. "3rd brother Deng asked the 4 of us to keep an eye on you. I know that you actually don't want to stay in the princess mansion, but I didn't expect you to leave so soon. Aren't you afraid that I will harm you by being so honest?" Ningqi was a little confused. Xian Jing got up from the bed quietly and looked at Ningqi seriously. "We were trained by Wu Maji and are destined to be given to high officials and nobles. I used to think that person would be an old man or a vulgar businessman. It's our good fortune to meet young master. I know that young master has no evil intentions towards us and has always treated us with courtesy. If young master wants to leave, please be careful of 3rd brother Deng. There are more than a dozen king fighters guarding outside the yard." Ningqi walked to Xian Jing and touched her cold cheeks with his hand. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. No one can stop me if I want to leave. I will come back after I finish what I have to do. You can keep these." Ningqi took out more than a dozen bottles of spiritual cultivation pills and put them by Xian Jing's bed. "If you can't use these middle-grade yellow-rank spiritual cultivation pills, you can sell them in exchange for some cultivation resources. Remember, I am Ningqi, the Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qin Tang Empire. Since you have followed me, you can't follow anyone else. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, Ning Qi turned around and left. At this moment, Xian Jing opened her eyes slightly. You like young master? She asked softly. Xian Jing looked at the spiritual cultivation pills and didn't speak for a long time. Tomorrow, if Xian Lian and Xian Yi knew that young master left just like that, they will cry their hearts out. Xian Jing continued. Young master said that he would come back to take us away. Xian Jing smiled. After Ning Qi left the four women's room, he released Little Z from the demon pet space and stuck a lower-grade black-rank invisibility talisman on it and himself. Little Z took Ning Qi and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the mountain sea region. In the Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man frowned and walked out of the hall to look at the sky. This person's invisibility technique is really strange. The middle-aged man murmured to himself. Your Majesty, it's late. Let's rest. A beautiful woman walked behind the middle-aged man and hugged his chest with her hands. She put her cheek on his back and said softly. At the same time, Qiu Wanli, who was temporarily detained in the government office, instantly turned into a pool of blood and flowed out of the prison without anyone noticing. He didn't intend to use this forbidden technique. Not only would his cultivation drop to a 9-star king of Dou, but his life would also be shortened by 10 years. Unfortunately, he would be sent to the strictest prison in the capital tomorrow. At that time, there would be a Dou Huang guarding, so it would be impossible for him to escape. The blood flowed out of the government office and instantly turned into a human figure. After escaping out of the capital and arriving at the suburbs, Qiu Wanli punched a tree with a pale face. This innocent tree was instantly smashed into powder and broken into 2 pieces. Ning Qi, 9th Princess. Good for you. Qiu Wanli will take revenge one day. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Mountain Sea. The next day, when she found out that Ning Qi had disappeared without a trace, the unruly princess angrily brought Deng San to Ning Qi's room. She saw the letter Ning Qi left on the table at first glance. Xian Che and the other 3 girls stood aside with their heads down. Wu Maji kept looking at them. Xian Che and Xian Jing were fine, but Xinlian and Cinny couldn't hold back their sadness and looked like they were about to cry. After reading the letter, the unruly princess was so exasperated that she slammed the table and broke it into pieces. Seeing its master like this, Little Hui also bared its teeth and squeaked non-stop. Ning Qi. I'm so angry. I've treated him so well, but he wants to run away. He even said that he would come back to redeem them. Dream on. Deng San, send people to chase after him and bring him back. I must teach him a lesson. The unruly princess said angrily. Gongzi will come back to redeem us? Xian Lian and Cinny were overjoyed. Seeing Xian Che give them a meaningful glance, they immediately put away their joyful expressions. Unfortunately, Wu Maji had already seen it. She walked to the fore with a cold face. Do you know that Ning Qi is leaving? Xian Che shook her head. Gongzi is a peak great dosher. He won't disturb us if he wants to leave. That better be the case. Wu Maji snorted. Deng San said to the unruly princess, I'll catch him and bring him back. Go. Go. The unruly princess waved her hand angrily. After Deng San left, she sat on the chair and sulked. Wu Maji glanced at the letter Ning Qi left and smiled at her. 9th Princess, don't be angry over this guy. It's not worth it to hurt your health. The unruly princess said angrily. I've already given him the dragon-seeking rat. Why would he leave? Wu Maji smiled and said, Maybe he really has something important to do, as he said in the letter? If you want to vent your anger, we can just send an envoy to the Qin Tang Empire. That's right. The unruly princess's eyes lit up. She immediately made a decision. If I can't catch him, I'll go to the Qin Tang Empire myself. 3 days later, Deng San returned to the princess mansion dejectedly with his subordinates. He had already lost face when he failed to catch Ning Qi. Not long after, another subordinate came to report that Qiu Wanli, who had been locked up in the government prison, had also escaped. Good for nothing! Deng San couldn't help but shout. His subordinates lowered their heads in silence. Let's handle this quietly. After a short while, Deng San gave the order. Yes. The alchemist invited by the 9th princess ran away? Ha ha, what a joke! I heard that the alchemist had an alchemy competition with the 3rd princess alchemist, Sima Ci, and won. The 3rd princess lost both the golden cicada and the white howling tiger to the 9th princess. Some time ago, she wandered around the palace with the 2 demonic beasts every day. Whenever she saw someone, she would talk about how the 2 won. Now she's embarrassed. Not long after, the news reached the ears of the 3rd princess. A smile appeared on her face. Come, let's go meet the 9th sister. When the unruly princess learned that the 3rd princess wanted to see her, she immediately said, No, no, just say that I'm sick. 3rd sister must be here to laugh at me. Damn Ning Qi, come, get ready. We're going to the Qin Tang Empire. I want to see how Ning Qi's father teaches his child. You tricked me, I won't let you off easily. The 9th princess had already thought about how to punish Ning Qi. Mountain Sea. As soon as Ning Qi arrived at the boundary, he immediately landed on the ground and let little Z return to the demonic pet space. After all, this place was different from other places. It was under the direct rule of the demonic Dragon King. Public security was very chaotic. Demonic beasts and bandits could be seen everywhere. It could be said that the ordinary people living here were in trouble. On one hand, they had to be harassed and attacked by demonic beasts or giant dragons. On the other hand, they had to guard against bandits. Therefore, the way of life here was one tribe at a time. There were no cities or towns. Each ethnic group was directly responsible to the demonic Dragon King. They had to pay tribute every month in order to survive. Outside of the settlement, there were very few lone rangers walking alone in the wilderness, unless they were experts at the emperor level or above. Ning Qi walked for a few hundred miles. Other than demonic beasts, there were more demonic beasts. There were even more demonic beasts than there were in Sky Wind Forest. Along the way, he passed by a few strongholds. However, whenever Ning Qi approached, they would shoot arrows at him. Ning Qi had no choice but to continue moving forward. The demonic Dragon King's wife must be a rank 7 giant dragon. How should I get close to her? How can he give her the Wind Dragon Pearl? If I go there rashly, I'll probably be swallowed by the demonic Dragon King's subordinates before I can even see the real owner. Ning Qi thought as he walked. At this moment, the dragon-seeking mouse on his shoulder suddenly squeaked in a direction. Ning Qi could feel the joy in its heart. There's a giant dragon. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of joy. Giant dragons represented dragon slayer coins. After walking for another few hundred miles, he saw a mountain in front of him that pierced straight into the clouds. Halfway up the mountain, there was a fiery red cave entrance. Not long after, a giant reddish-brown dragon suddenly flew out of the cave entrance. Ning Qi fixed his eyes on it. Crimson Flame Dragon, rank 5 medium giant dragon. Health points, 170000. Rank 5 medium demonic beast. Together with Little Purple, killing it shouldn't be a problem. Ning Qi calculated the gap between himself and the enemy and came to a conclusion. This Crimson Flame Dragon was something he could take down. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly saw a group of people at the foot of the mountain. There were about 300 to 400 of them. Ning Qi was a little curious. How could a giant dragon tolerate so many people living in its habitat? After quietly approaching and observing for a long time, a trace of anger appeared on Ning Qi's face. In front of the 300 to 400 people, There were 10 children about 5 or 6 years old. Their faces were full of tears, crying and screaming. They wanted to rush to the side of the adults, but they were pushed away by the adults again. Ningqi noticed that they were tied up with ropes as if they were pigs. "Father, mother, save me, I don't want to die. Uncle, save me." Sob, sob, sob. Among the crowd, someone shouted something at the group of children. Their faces were filled with despair. They wanted to rush to the children, but they were blocked by the strong young man beside them. "Let my child go, he's only 5 years old. He's only 5 years old." A woman wailed and stretched her hands towards the sky, as if she wanted to grab the child who was also reaching out to her. However, there were dozens of people between the two. Chapter 128. Yes, Village Chief. Yes, Village Chief. The group of young men grinned as they charged at the shouting people. After a few punches, the shouting immediately weakened. Then, they fainted one by one and were dragged behind the crowd. The others saw this. Some were angry but did not dare to speak, some were indifferent, some were at a loss, but most of them were guilty and happy. They were happy that the sacrifice was not their own children, so they could at least live a carefree life for 3 years. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to be so tyrannical. They want to sacrifice children for food. Ningqi looked at this scene with a cold face. As far as he knew, the Qin Tang Empire also paid tribute to the Dragon Clan, but they did not directly contact them. The tributes were given to the Herb Sect, and the Herb Sect communicated with the giant dragon that ruled the area. Although there were news of the giant Dragon Clan killing and eating people for no reason, it was not a lot. At least it was not as rampant as in the Mountain Sea region. All of this was because of the Demon Dragon King. The Crimson Flame Dragon circled a few times in the sky before landing in front of the haggard village chief with a heatwave. After glancing at the young child who was used as a sacrifice, it let out a cold laugh. "Lowly ant, it seems that there are a few less tributes this time?" The village chief quickly said, "Lord Scarlet Flame, a total of 10, just right." The Scarlet Flame Dragon snorted. "Who said that 10 is just right? This year, your Grey Wolf village has to give 5 more. The village chief was shocked. Did you forget that a year ago, when that old guy from Black Wind Mountain came to your village to eat people, it was this dragon who chased him away? The Scarlet Flame Dragon narrowed its eyes. "Okay, 15 it is." The village chief nodded and ordered the young men beside him, "Find 5 more children." "Yes." The crowd immediately panicked. The villagers with children all hugged their children, afraid that they would be picked away. Not long after, the strong men picked out 5 children. Amidst their cries and the despair of the adults, they brought them to the front of the Scarlet Flame Dragon. "Lord Scarlet Flame, are you satisfied?" The village chief smiled. "Ha ha, not bad. Let me try the taste first," the Scarlet Flame Dragon said with a smile. Then, it bit down on a terrified 6-year-old girl. When her parents saw this, they immediately fainted. "Evil creature! How dare you!" A furious roar rang out, and a beam of purple light shot towards the Scarlet Flame Dragon. Ningqi raised the Dragon Slayer saber and slashed at the Scarlet Flame Dragon's head. The Scarlet Flame Dragon roared and twisted its head to avoid the slash. The child who was almost swallowed by it was so scared that he stood rooted to the ground. Seeing this, the village chief roared, "Who dares to disturb Lord Qi Yen?" Ningqi jumped down from Little Z's back. In a flash, he arrived beside the village chief. Seeing this, the village chief directly attacked and wanted to kill Ningqi. This was because he could see that Ningqi was only a pique de dosher while he was a 3-star Do Ling. In the end, he was sent flying by Ningqi's palm strike. He fell into the crowd and was immediately seriously injured. Village chief. His men nervously ran over to check on his injuries. The rest of the people retreated and looked at Ningqi in fear. They were not afraid that Ningqi could send the village chief flying with one palm strike, but they were afraid that Ningqi would dare to attack the Scarlet Flame Dragon. "Child, go back to your parents." Ningqi walked to the child's side and patted his head. Only then did he wake up from the shock and ran towards his parents. "Father! Mother!" he shouted as he ran. When his parents heard his shout, they also woke up from their dizziness and rushed over to hug their son tightly. At this moment, the dozen or so children from before also ran towards the crowd. Because of Ningqi's presence, no one dared to push them out. The Scarlet Flame Dragon coldly stared at Ningqi. "Aunt, you dare to attack the great and sacred dragon with a rank 5 purple lightning bird. Are you tired of living?" At this moment, there was a golden shadow on Ningqi's body. When everyone's attention was focused on little Z and Ningqi, it sneakily slipped into the Scarlet Flame Dragon's cave. Soon after, it found a large pile of dragon dung. With a squeak, it began to eat it with relish. If Ningqi saw this scene, he would definitely expel Little Gold from the sect. "How dare it eat dung? You are a rank 5 dragon, and it is a rank 5 demon beast. If you were not afraid, you would have already attacked me, right?" Ningqi sneered. "Good. I'll let you see the difference between the dragon clan and the demon beast." The Scarlet Flame Dragon roared. With a whoosh, a layer of fiery red flame emerged from its body. The temperature was very high, and the heat wave instantly hit the crowd. Some people who were tens of feet away from it felt as if their eyebrows were burnt. Everyone hurriedly retreated, leaving a huge open space. In this open space, only Ningqi and Little Z were left, facing the Scarlet Flame Dragon. "Little Z, you take the left, I'll take the right," Ningqi shouted. Little Z let out a crisp cry and rushed towards the Scarlet Flame Dragon like lightning. The purple electric battle chi on its body burst out violently, enough to resist the strange fire on the Scarlet Flame Dragon. Ningqi, on the other hand, carried the Dragon Slayer saber and attacked the Scarlet Flame Dragon in another direction. The Scarlet Flame Dragon directly ignored Ningqi. In its eyes, the only one who could pose a threat to it was Little Z, so it waved its wings and fought with Little Z. In a short period of time, a dragon and a bird pecked and bit each other. Both of them were injured, but they could not tell who was the winner. The host is attacked by the Scarlet Flame Fire, losing 100 HP per second. As soon as Ningqi approached the Scarlet Flame Dragon, the system beep sounded. The HP bar above his head floated out from time to time. However, Ningqi's HP was as high as 112700, and there were still more than a dozen Earth upper-grade rejuvenation pills left on him. One could restore 200,000 HP, so this little damage was nothing to Ningqi. He took the opportunity and went forward to slash the Scarlet Flame Dragon. At the same time, he flicked a devouring dragon fire on the Scarlet Flame Dragon. The Dragon Slayer Saber, the Dragon Slayer Saber, and the Devouring Dragon Fire, all three of them had bonus damage to the giant dragon, and ignored the armor. Ningqi's attack directly took away 7,000 HP from the Scarlet Flame Dragon. Devouring Dragon Fire? The Scarlet Flame Dragon's eyes showed a trace of horror. This kind of strange fire, born in the dragon graveyard and specialized in devouring the soul of the giant dragon, how could it appear in the body of an ant? Didn't the elders who guarded the graveyard destroy the devouring dragon fire as soon as it was born? Thinking of this, the Scarlet Flame Dragon felt that it was necessary to get rid of the ant Ningqi first. Otherwise, its soul might not be able to withstand the devouring dragon fire. "Little Z, hold it!" Ningqi shouted after noticing the Scarlet Flame Dragon's action. Chapter 129. Crimson Flame Dragon. With Little Violet's restraint, Ningqi was attacking crazily from behind. The Crimson Flame Dragon's HP dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the village chief of Grey Wolf Village stood up with the help of his men. After seeing this scene, he was shocked and slightly opened his mouth. Where did this guy come from? Doesn't he know how miserable the consequences of angering the dragon clan are? The village chief said coldly. Village chief, let's ignore him. I believe that Lord Crimson Flame will teach him a bloody lesson. The young man next to the village chief advised. That's right, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks that with a demon pet, he can be unscrupulous. How can an ant challenge the dragon clan? The village chief nodded and said. He looked at the crimson flame dragon with eyes full of confidence and fanaticism. At this time, in the eyes of the crowd, Ning Chi was like a clown jumping around on the side. The real damage output was from Little Purple, but only the crimson flame dragon knew that the ant's swallowing dragon hellfire caused great damage to it. It was more than 10 times more than the purple lightning bird. Haha, only 30,000 HP left. You still dare to be arrogant. Ning Chi laughed loudly and then jumped to the side. Boom! The crimson flame dragon's huge dragon tail slammed into the place where Ning Chi was originally standing. The ground was cracked by it and there were scorch marks. Damn swallowing dragon fire! The crimson flame dragon had never tasted dragon fire. It always thought that Ning Chi could cause such great damage to it because of it. It ignored the Dragon Slayer saber and Dragon Slayer chi in Ning Chi's hands. At this time, Little Violet's HP had also reached a dangerous level. Its HP was originally many times shorter than the Crimson Flame Dragon. So Ning Chi ignored the Crimson Flame Dragon's fierce strange fire attack on him. He jumped up and climbed to its neck. There was a reverse scale there, which was its vital point. Warning, the host is facing the attack of the Crimson Flame Dragon, losing 1000 HP per second. Ning Chi took out an Earth Upper Grade Rejuvenation pill and put it in his mouth. Then, he slashed at the Crimson Flame Dragon's reverse scale. Roar! The Dragon of Red Flame seemed to feel that its life was at stake. Its potential burst out in an instant, and it fiercely shook its body. Little Purple was instantly thrown out by it, and fell heavily to the ground. However, when Ning Chi was sent flying, he suddenly stabbed the Dragon Slayer saber into the Crimson Flame Dragon's reverse scale. Roar! Damned ants! A number of 25,000 appeared above the Crimson Flame Dragon's head, and its HP was still rapidly decreasing. It twisted its body frantically, then rushed towards Ning Chi. Just as its teeth were about to touch Ning Chi's head, the HP bar above its head was already empty, and its huge body crashed to the ground. The dragon-devouring karmic fire appeared in Ning Chi's hand as he pressed it on the head of the scarlet flame dragon. Not long after, a dragon shadow invisible to ordinary people was sucked into the dragon-devouring karmic fire. Ning Chi could feel that the power of the dragon-devouring hellfire had increased by more than 30%. He believed that it wouldn't be long before it would rise another rank. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Tier 5 demonic beast, the Scarlet Flame Dragon. The host has obtained 180,000 EXP. Due to the host killing a monster of a higher tier, the host has obtained 5 times the experience gained. The host has obtained a total of 270,000 EXP. The host has not completed the advancement mission. The experience points will be temporarily stored. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the betting gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ning Chi glanced at his own attributes and smiled in satisfaction. Host: Ning Chi level, Peak Great Do Shuri XP, 500,000/500,000 stored experience points, 370000 cultivation method, Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 4, 45/100,000 martial skill, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms level 4, 19,000/100,000 high grade 5 Tigers Breaking the Gate Blade level 3, 8,000/10,000 health points, 112700 alchemy, Tier 4 Alchemist, Proficiency 100/1000000 Dragon Slayer Coins. 44200 Ning Chi's cultivation method and martial skills proficiency had increased slightly, and his Dragon Slayer coins had also increased by 500. At this moment, the people of Grey Wolf Village stared blankly at this scene. They couldn't believe that the supreme Scarlet Flame Dragon had died in the hands of a human like them. Village Chief, is Lord Scarlet Flame dead? A strong young man asked blankly. The village chief's face was already haggard, and now that it was twisted, he looked like an old zombie that had just been unearthed. He didn't open his mouth to answer the question because he was also very confused. After Ning Chi fed Little Purple a spiritual cultivation pill, he kept it in the demon pet space, and then looked at the people of Grey Wolf Village. As humans, you are shameful. How dare you sacrifice children to the Dragon Clan? You are really heartless. Get out of here. Sir, how dare you kill a dragon in the Mountain Sea region? This is really unforgivable. Believe me, in a few days, you will definitely die without a burial place. The village chief of Grey Wolf Village coldly threw down these words and left with the people. However, he was furious to find that at least 30 people were still standing in the same place. What are you doing? He said coldly. We won't go with you. You never sacrifice your children. Yes, if we go back to the village with you, we will definitely lose our children. Those who stayed were the villagers whose children were used as sacrifices. They looked at the village chief and the others with anger and a trace of fear. They couldn't help but carry their children and move closer to Ning Chi. Seeing this, the village chief of Grey Wolf Village sneered. Good. Don't regret it. Then, he quickly left with the people. You guys go too. Ning Chi waved his hand and said to the remaining people. However, their legs seemed to be rooted to the ground, and they didn't move at all. One of the middle-aged men, who was carrying the child that almost died in the mouth of the Scarlet Flame Dragon, and his wife, knelt in front of Ning Chi. Benefactor, please be our village chief. What? You want me to be your village chief? Are you guys having a fever? Ning Chi looked at him speechlessly. The others also knelt down and begged Ning Chi to be the village chief to protect everyone. Ning Chi thought about it and felt that it was a thankless task. Although he pitied this group of people, he also had important matters to attend to, and it was impossible for him to stay and be the village chief. Go quickly, I won't be your village chief. Ning Chi waved his hand resolutely. We have left Grey Wolf Village, and we have nowhere else to go. Benefactor, please be merciful and save us. I understand, you guys think that I am a good person, so you want to rely on me? Let me tell you, I don't buy it, go quickly. Ning Chi said coldly. Seeing this, a trace of despair appeared on the people's faces, and they slowly stood up. Father of the child, where can we go? Why don't we go back to Grey Wolf Village? The woman beside the middle-aged man said hesitantly. No, we can't go back, the old village chief is the most narrow-minded, we have already betrayed him, if we go back, even if we don't die in the mouths of monsters and dragons, we will be tortured to a pulp. Let's go out of the Mountain Sea region. I heard that there is a human country outside the Mountain Sea region, and it is not ruled by the dragons. Chapter 130. Xiao Jin eats shit. He knew that with his mere 3-star doja strength, he would not even be able to walk 100 kilometers, much less leave the Mountain Sea region. However, it was better than returning to the Grey Wolf Village and being humiliated. Thinking of this, he cupped his hands towards Ning Chi and said, No matter what, thank you for saving my child. I, Fang Guhong, may be an insignificant person, but I will remember this kindness. In the future, if I have the chance, I will repay you 100 times. Thank you, benefactor. Everyone hugged their children and thanked Ning Chi again. After which, they looked at Fang Guhong, obviously treating him as their leader for the time being. We will go this way. Fang Guhong said as he pointed in the opposite direction of Grey Wolf Village. Ning Qi watched them walk 10 steps and suddenly said, "All of you, come back here." Hearing this, everyone immediately stopped and turned around to look at Ning Qi. For a moment they did not understand what Ning Qi meant. "There's a rank 4 demonic beast in front of us. You won't be able to walk more than 10 miles before you become its feces. I'm going to stay here for a while, so I'll send you off. When you find a suitable village to take you in, I'll leave." Ning Qi said. "Really? That's great. Thank you, benefactor, thank you." Fang Guhong led everyone and knelt to Ning Qi again. Ning Qi waved his hand. "Get up. Don't call me benefactor, it gives me goosebumps. Oh, how about this, you can call me village chief for now. Remember, it is only for now. Don't think that I will really be your village chief." "Yes, yes." Fang Guhong was overjoyed. Tears welled up in his wife's eyes. They were tears of joy. "In that case, let me ask you something. Do you know who the ruler of this place is?" Ning Qi asked. "Village chief, it is the Demon Dragon King." Fang Guhong said. "Oh, you also know about the Demon Dragon King? Then do you know how to meet him?" Ning Qi asked. A strange expression appeared on Fang Guhong's face. Ning Qi had just killed a scarlet flame dragon, and now he was asking how he could meet the Demon Dragon King. It was impossible for him to give a gift to the Demon Dragon King. Then, when he thought of this possibility, his face paled. "You just need to tell me how to get a chance to meet the Demon Dragon King. You don't have to worry about anything else." When Ning Qi saw Fang Guhong's expression, he knew that he had asked the right person. Fang Guhong definitely knew how to meet the Demon Dragon King, or else he wouldn't have such an expression. Fang Guhong was afraid that Ning Qi would get angry and ignore him, so he quickly said, "In the Mountain Sea region, every village's village chief will offer sacrifices to the demonic Dragon King once a year. Those who rank in the top 10 will be granted an audience with the demonic Dragon King and receive a reward." "That's it?" "Yes." Fang Guhong nodded. Thinking that Ning Qi would never have enough offerings to meet the Demon Dragon King, he calmed down a little. "Then it's a coincidence that I'm the village chief. Haha, let's go back to Grey Wolf Village." Ning Qi laughed. "Return to Grey Wolf Village?" Fang Guhong was startled. "What? Are you scared?" Ning Qi looked at Fang Guhong and the others with a faint smile. "All right. Back to Grey Wolf Village. Village chief can even kill the Scarlet Flame Dragon. What does the old village chief count for?" Fang Guhong gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. "That's right. Chase the old village chief away." Hearing Fang Guhong's words, the other villagers had a look of realization on their faces. Then, they happily waved their fists. "You guys wait here." Ning Qi released Little Purple and rode it to the entrance of the Scarlet Flame Dragon's cave. Not long after, Little Purple returned to Fang Guhong and the others. "This is the village chief's demonic pet. It's here to protect us. Everyone, don't be afraid." Seeing a trace of fear on everyone's faces, Fang Guhong said loudly, "Dad, this bird is so big. It's almost the same size as Lord Scarlet Flame." Fang Guhong's son looked at Little Purple curiously and fearfully. Little Purple arrogantly glanced at everyone, then turned around and began to comb its feathers. "Don't call it Lord Scarlet Flame. It's just a violent dragon," Fang Guhong said solemnly. His son looked at him and quickly nodded. "Yes, Dad." "Old Fang, how do you think the village chief will deal with the Scarlet Flame Dragon's corpse? Will he give us a few mouthfuls of dragon blood to drink?" Someone looked at the Scarlet Flame Dragon's corpse expectantly, and said to Fang Guhong. Fang Guhong coldly glanced at that person and said, "Don't be greedy. How to deal with it is the village chief's business. It has nothing to do with us. Let me tell you, if anyone dares to have any disloyal thoughts, scram now. Don't bring disaster to everyone." "Yes, Brother Fang is right. Old Kong, you shouldn't have such thoughts." Seeing that he had become the target of public criticism, The middle-aged man called Old Kong smiled sheepishly. I'm just saying. How would I dare to have other thoughts? The village chief saved my daughter. I can't thank him enough. As he spoke, he tightly hugged his daughter in his arms. In the Scarlet Flame Dragon's cave, Ning Chi and Little Gold had a telepathic connection, so it didn't take long for him to find it. In the end, he saw a shocking scene. Little Gold didn't care about the Scarlet Flame Dragon's treasures. Instead, it happily crawled around in a pile of feces, swallowing a mouthful from time to time. Seeing Ning Chi coming over, it happily rushed towards Ning Chi. Slap! Ning Chi swatted Little Gold away with the Dragon Slayer saber, then solemnly said, "You are covered in feces, don't come near me." Although Ning Chi knew that the dragon-seeking mouse ate dragon feces, just like a dog eating feces, it could obtain power that others couldn't obtain from the dragon feces, which was a great help to the dragon-seeking mouse's growth. But Ning Chi still couldn't bear to see a guy covered in feces near him. Little Gold fell to the ground, looked at Ning Chi with an aggrieved expression, and walked towards the pile of feces. Ning Chi didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he went over and swept the Scarlet Flame Dragon's treasures clean. They were all battle tools, jewelry, and the like. None of them caught Ning Chi's eyes, but they were just enough to be used as offerings to the Demon Dragon King. After sweeping everything, Ning Chi looked at Little Gold and said, "Have you eaten enough? If you have, let's go." Little Gold reluctantly looked at the Tuo Dragon's feces, then trotted behind Ning Chi. "Later, there will be river water. Hurry up and wash yourself. Even if you eat feces in the future, you can't eat it all over your body." Ning Chi looked at it with disdain. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, he called out to Little Purple, and Little Purple immediately flew into the sky. When it noticed that Little Gold also wanted to climb on its body, it smelled a strange smell. When it looked closely, Little Purple almost exploded in anger, and no matter what it said, it was unwilling to climb on Little Gold. Little Gold could only climb down the mountain wall by itself. Fortunately, the dragon-seeking mouse was agile, so it wasn't a problem. "Let's go," Ning Chi said. Fang Guhong saw that Ning Chi didn't care about the Scarlet Flame Dragon's corpse, and although he was puzzled, he didn't say anything. He brought Ning Chi in the direction of Grey Wolf Village. System: open the bet gift bag. Chapter 131. Grey Wolf Village, Scarlet Flame, ranked 105th on the mysterious flame list. 1 bottle of dragon blood, able to strengthen one's bones, increase one's potential, and refine pills. Thank you for participating. 2 good things. Not bad. Ning Chi smiled, the needle spun rapidly. Finally, the needle stopped on the scarlet flame, just a millimeter away from becoming, "Thank you for participating." Ning Chi sighed in relief. Congratulations to host for obtaining the scarlet flame. Ning Chi stored it away. If he obtained another mysterious flame, he could give it to little Ur and Zhua Ling. A group of people walked slowly, everyone vigilantly watching their surroundings in case of a sneak attack. Village Chief Lord Chi Yen is dead. If other Dragon Clan lords come, or if demon beasts attack our village, what should we do? A subordinate beside the chief said in a low voice. Zhang San Li Si, come with me to the Blackwind Mountain and tell Lord Blackwind about this. I believe he would be very happy to see another village under his command. The village chief sneered. The 2 pique de douceur beside him showed a trace of fear. Lord Blackwind? What? If you are afraid, I can ask the others to come with me. The village chief coldly glanced at the 2 of them. The 2 hurriedly said, "Don't, chief, let's go." Not long after, a small village appeared in front of them. The outer perimeter of this small village was made of boulders piled up together, enough to block some low-level demonic beast. On the stone walls, there was a lifelike carving of a scarlet flame dragon. This wasn't just to look good, but to tell others that this village belonged to the Scarlet Flame Dragon. If anyone wanted to cause trouble for them, they would have to think twice. Chief, you are back. Did the sacrifice go smoothly? Some villagers who stayed at the village gate asked nervously. The chief's face was livid. He ignored them and walked straight into the village. The subordinates behind him gave the villagers a look, telling them not to ask too much. Why does the chief look like this? Did he get angry at Lord Scarlet Flame? I don't understand. Let's not speculate in private. It will not be good if the chief finds out. The villagers guarding the village gate whispered to each other. Hey Wang Dafu, come over here. What's going on? One of them grabbed a middle-aged fatty at the back of the group and asked. The middle-aged fatty sneaked a glance at the village chief. Seeing that the village chief wasn't paying attention to them, he said in a low voice, Lord Qi Yan was killed. Fang Guhong and the others also betrayed our Grey Wolf village and followed the guy who killed Lord Qi Yan. Don't spread this around. I'm afraid the village chief is so angry that he wants to kill someone. What? Lord Qi Yan was killed? What will happen to our village in the future? Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, someone looked into the distance and said suspiciously, Wang Dafu, didn't you say that Fang Guhong betrayed our Grey Wolf village? Why are they walking towards us? Oh, and there's a new face. Wang Dafu turned around and his face turned pale. The man in front of Fang Guhong is the one who killed Master Qi Yan. Not good. I'm afraid they want to occupy our village. Inform the village chief. Such a young boy can actually kill Sir Qi Yan. The villagers were shocked when they heard this. Then, someone ran to the village chief. Village chief, bad news. Fang Guhong and the others are here. The village chief's face changed. He looked at the villager who reported the news. What did you say? Fang Guhong and the others are here? Yes, village chief. I heard from Wang Dafu that it's the guy who killed Master Qi Yan. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. The village chief immediately led his men to the entrance of the village. When he saw Ning Qi, his face turned livid. There was a hint of anxiety in his voice. Quick, close the gate. The villagers worked together to close the huge stone gate. However, the village chief's men said worriedly, he has a demonic beast. I'm afraid the gate won't be able to stop him. Prepare the bows and arrows. No matter what, defend the village. The village chief shouted angrily. Then, he and a few of his men came to the stone wall and shouted at Ning Qi, stop right there. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Hundreds of villagers aimed their bows and arrows at Ning Qi and the others. Ning Qi waved his hand. You guys stay here. He was not afraid of bows and arrows. However, Fang Guhong and the others did not have the ability to block arrows. He released Little Purple and rode it into the air. He looked down at the people of Grey Wolf Village. I'm here to inform you that I've taken over Grey Wolf Village. From now on, I'll be the village chief. Ning Qi said coldly. What? He wants to be our village chief? That's right. This person can kill Master Qi Yan. If he becomes our village chief. The villagers who had seen Ning Qi fight with the Scarlet Flame Dragon had mixed expressions. Some of them looked happy. However, when the village chief looked at them, they immediately lowered their heads in guilt. Village chief, what should we do? Fight him to the death? The village chief's men were nervous. Sir, if you want money, I can give it to you. If you want women, you can choose any of them. However, I don't think there's anything that you're interested in my shabby village. Please don't make things difficult for me. The village chief of Grey Wolf Village suppressed his anger and calmly negotiated with Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. I just want to be the village chief. I don't want anything else. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Fire! He shouted loudly. Xiao! Xiao! A dozen arrows were shot at Ning Qi, but they were all swept away by Little Purple's wings. The village chief's expression changed. He looked to his left and right. Among the hundreds of people, only a few of his men were firing arrows. The others were hesitant. They did not dare to look at him. "Are you rebelling?" the village chief shouted angrily. Seeing this, Fang Guhong took the opportunity to say, "Brothers and sisters, Lu Jin can't distinguish between public and private interests. He sacrifices the lives of our children to protect himself. He acts like a tyrant and does not treat us as human beings. Do you still want him to be your village chief? Put down the arrows and open the gate for us to enter." After hearing Fang Guhong's words, the villagers of Grey Wolf Village hesitated. "What are you doing? Fire the arrows! Do you want to die?" Zhang San grabbed a villager by the collar and shouted. Seeing that the villager still did not fire the arrows, Zhang San punched him and sent him flying. The villager screamed and fell to the ground. "Zhang San, you're too much," Wang Dafu said angrily. "Open the gate. Let Fang Guhong and the others in." "Yes, open the gate." Chapter 132. Baiting and Killing. When the Grey Wolf Village's village chief saw this, he glared at Zhang San with a murderous look. This useless thing was only good at spoiling things. "Village chief, what should we do now?" Li Si asked anxiously. "You've lost. I'll let you live." Cram. Ning Qi smiled. "Humph." The village chief snorted. "Let's go." As he finished speaking, he swept his venomous gaze across the villagers of Grey Wolf Village. "You will receive retribution for betraying me today." Perhaps it was because he had accumulated a lot of power, but no one dared to look him in the eye. After saying that, he walked out of the village. Zhang San and Li Si felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the villagers looking at them coldly. They knew that the people they had offended would not let them off easily. They quickly followed the village chief. In the end, only 7 or 8 people left with the village chief. Ning Qi waited until they were far away before he led Fang Guhong and the rest into Grey Wolf Village. Village chief. Wang Dafu was the first to greet him. Immediately after, the villagers of Grey Wolf Village bowed to Ning Qi and said, "Village chief." Ning Qi revealed a satisfied smile as he nodded and said, "All right, everyone can do as they please. From now on, Fang Guhong will be in charge of all the affairs in the village. He will temporarily act as the village head. You can look for him if you need anything." Fang Guhong was shocked. "Village chief, what? I told you to do it. Call me if there's any trouble." Ning Qi rolled his eyes at him. "All right then." Fang Guhong nodded. He hesitated and said, "Village chief, I'm afraid that Lu Jin won't let this matter go so easily. He'll definitely find an opportunity to seek revenge. Why don't we chase after him and kill him?" "Yes, the village chief will definitely seek revenge." Wang Dafu nodded. "There's no need for that. He's just an ant. If he dares to come again, he'll be courting death." Ning Qi waved his hand. He had stolen the village chief's position and even chased him out of the village. If he killed him, it would not be in line with Ning Qi's morals. However, if the other party was courting death, Ning Qi would not show mercy. "Chief, where are we going now?" Zhang San asked Lu Jin as he looked around vigilantly, guarding against any demonic beasts that might launch a sneak attack at any time. Lu Jin coldly glanced at him. If he was not a pique de dosher and was still useful to Lu Jin would have long since slapped this brainless subordinate to death. Black Wind Village. After a long journey, Lu Jin safely arrived at Black Wind Village's sphere of influence with his subordinate. Just as they approached the village's entrance, they heard a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, Lu Jin, why have you come to my Black Wind Village personally?" An extremely muscular man with a face full of beard walked out with a few Dou-Ling subordinates. He was the village chief of the Black Wind Village. His nickname was Black Bear, and he was a 1-star Dou-Wang. Because he had paid tribute to the Demon Dragon King in the past, he had come into contact with Lu Jin a few times. Lu Jin hurriedly walked up and said, "It's a long story. My Grey Wolf Village has been occupied by someone." Black Bear's expression changed slightly as he said, "Who dares to occupy your Grey Wolf village? Did Sir Chi Yen not show up?" Lu Jin sighed and said, "Sir Chi Yen was also killed by this person." "What?" Black Bear was shocked. "Killing a dragon in the Mountain Sea region? Was he tired of living? Who is this person? How many star Do Wang is he?" he quickly asked. Lu Jin said, "I do not know his background either. However, he is only a pique de douceur." "How can a pique de douceur kill Sir Chi Yen?" "Lu Jin, are you kidding me?" Black Bear's expression immediately turned ugly. "Let me finish. Although he is only a pique de douceur, he has a rank 5 demonic pet, Purple Lightning Bird. Sir Chi Yen was surrounded and killed by them," Lu Jin said in a deep voice. "Rank 5 demonic beast, Purple Lightning Bird?" Black Bear's expression changed. After which, he suspiciously looked at Lu Jin and said, "Then you are here to see Sir Black Wind?" Lu Jin nodded slightly. Sir Chi Yen was killed. Although Sir Black Wind is not on good terms with him, we all belong to the dragon race and are both subordinates of the Demon Dragon King. He will not sit idly by. Therefore, I wish to ask Sir Black Wind to come forward and kill this person." "Lu Jin, this is where you are wrong. If others know that you watched Sir Chi Yen get killed, even if Sir Black Wind comes forward and kills that brat, you will not be able to escape punishment. I think it is better for me to bring some people with you to ambush that brat and kill him. This way, not only will you not be guilty in front of the Demon Dragon King, but you will also be rewarded," Black Bear said in a low voice. Lu Jin's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If not for Black Bear's reminder, it was likely that he would not be able to keep his life. "Black Bear, thank you." Lu Jin tightly grasped Black Bear's hand and shook it with all his might to express his gratitude. Black Bear laughed. "There is no need to thank me. As long as you kill that fellow and take back your position as village chief, you will give me half of the tribute you give to the Demon Dragon King." "Half?" Lu Jin frowned slightly. Seeing that Black Bear was looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile, Lu Jin gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right. Deal." After which, He Xiong gathered over half of the strong people in the Black Wind village. Including himself, there was a 1-star Do Wang, 2 9-star Do Ling, 3 8-star Do Ling, and over 100 de douceurs. They brought Lu Jin and the others and headed in the direction of the Grey Wolf village. They stopped when they were still 2 kilometers away from the Grey Wolf village and hid in the forest by the side. "Wait here. We will lure that brat out. When the time comes, we will attack together and kill him." Black Bear coldly laughed. Not long after, 7 or 8 villagers from Grey Wolf village came out to gather fruit. When they arrived, they were immediately knocked unconscious. 2 hours later, Wang Defu panted as he found Fong Guhong. "Brother Fong, bad news. Old Wang and the others went out to gather fruits and disappeared. Could they have been taken away by demonic beasts?" "Impossible. The place where they gathered the fruits is within a few kilometers of Grey Wolf village. Those demonic beasts think that this place is still under the jurisdiction of the Scarlet Flame Dragon and will not find trouble." Fong Guhong stopped what he was doing and said in a deep voice, "Then what should we do? Logically, old Wang and the others should not have been gone for so long." Wang Defu said anxiously. This was because one of the people who went out to gather fruits was a woman he liked. "Bring a group of people. I will personally go out and take a look," Fong Guhong said. Not long after, over 30 strong youths came out of Grey Wolf village. With Fong Guhong in the lead, they headed towards the forest. Fong Guhong. Chapter 133. A gang fight. Black Bear's underlings immediately took action when the other party got close. 2 9-star Do Ling and 3 8-star Do Ling acted quickly and restrained Fong Guhong and the rest in an instant. "Lu Jin, it's you." Fong Guhong saw Lu Jin and the 7 or 8 villagers at his feet. They were the ones that Wang Dafu said had gone missing. He immediately understood that everything was Lu Jin's plan. I've said it before. You will regret it one day. Lu Jin walked in front of Fang Guhong and gave him 2 hard slaps. Fang Guhong's face instantly swelled up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a few broken teeth. Your evil plan will not succeed. Fang Guhong glanced coldly at Lu Jin, then at Black Bear, and said coldly, Haha, Lu Jin, not only did your underlings betray you, but they also have complete confidence in that fellow. You are really a failure as the village chief. Black Bear teased. Lu Jin's face darkened. He ruthlessly knocked Fang Guhong out. Zhang San acted as if he was going to step forward and crush Fang Guhong's head but was stopped by Lu Jin. Don't kill him. We can't let this traitor die so easily. Oh, the same goes for all of you. You must be punished for betraying me, Lu Jin said as he looked at the group of trembling and terrified villagers. The village chief will come to save us. The village chief will definitely come to save us. Wang Dafu immediately prayed in his heart when he thought of Lu Jin's many tricks. Village chief. A few villagers with higher cultivation came to Ning Qi's residence and shouted. Ning Qi walked out of the room and said, What's the matter? 7 or 8 of our villagers went out to pick wild fruits and disappeared. The acting village chief brought some people to look for them. In the end, 4 to 6 hours have passed and we still haven't found them. The sky is getting dark, you guys stay in the village. I'll go take a look. Ning Qi nodded. After leaving the village, he immediately saw the traces of Fang Guhong and the others. He followed the traces and came to the side of the forest. Suddenly, a few balls of fighting energy erupted and attacked him from all directions. Boom! Ning Qi was hit in an instant, tumbling backward. Ha ha ha, Lu Jin, you were chased out of Grey Wolf Village by this little guy. He Xiong laughed as he walked out. Hundreds of his men surrounded Ning Qi. It's over. Wang Dafu and the rest were filled with despair. But immediately after, their despair turned into joy. 1 1-star Do Wang, 2 9-star Do Lings, 3 8-star Do Lings and over 100 Do Shers. All of you really think highly of me. Ning Qi stood up from the ground and flicked the dust off his body as if nothing had happened. This scene immediately caused Black Bear's expression to change from mockery to seriousness. Logically speaking, even a Do Ling would die on the spot from that attack. However, not only did this Peak de Do Sher not die, he also appeared to be uninjured. Black Bear's vigilance was immediately raised. The health bar above Ning Qi's head went from 112,700 to 35,000. If not for his dragon elephant Prajna art reaching the 4th level, he would already be dead. Not bad, no wonder Lu Jin couldn't beat you. Black Bear looked at Ning Qi and chuckled. You didn't think that my revenge would come so quickly, right? Lu Jin brought Zhang San and Li Si to Black Bear's side and sneered at Ning Qi. In his heart, he was already planning how to torture Ning Qi to vent the anger in his heart. I'll let you live, but don't blame me if you want to die. Ning Qi smiled. Little Amethyst instantly appeared beside him and attacked Black Bear and the rest. Rank 5 Purple Lightning Bird. Black Bear was already prepared as he led Do Ling's men towards Little Amethyst. If you kill this child, his demonic pet will naturally retreat. This was the reason why Black Bear dared to ambush Ning Qi even though he knew that Ning Qi had the Purple Lightning Bird. Although he wasn't a match for the Purple Lightning Bird, with a few of his men, they could still hold it back for a while. Then, the 100 Do Shers he brought would definitely be able to kill Ning Qi. Go to hell! Lu Jin roared and led the charge towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi threw an Earth upper-grade rejuvenation pill into his mouth and laughed. I'll let you see my 18 subduing dragon palms. Roar. He did not defend at all. Instead, he used offense as defense and ignored the attacks that landed on his body. Like a cutting machine, he sent Lu Jin flying with a palm before charging into the group of Do Shur that Black Bear had brought along. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 3-star doucher. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5-star doucher. Ding. The system beeped crazily. Ning Qi killed each of his opponents with a single palm strike. Variant Do Qi. What kind of technique is that? Everyone be careful. Our attacks can't do any damage to him. Damn it. The douchers that Black Bear brought along were in disarray. They thought that they would be able to kill Ning Qi, but they didn't expect him to be a god of death. Since you're a guest in Grey Wolf Village, don't leave. Ning Qi laughed out loud. With one palm, he killed a peaked doucher whose face was filled with terror. Before the doucher died, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and confusion. Why was he like an ant in front of his opponent when their cultivation was the same? Why? Village chief is so strong. Wang Dafu's blood was boiling. Fang Guhang also woke up and happened to see the scene of Ning Qi killing. He said to vent his anger, Lu Jin, the old guy, has miscalculated this time. Brother Fang, are you all right? Wang Dafu asked. Fang Guhang shook his head. It's just a flesh wound. At this time, most of the douchers that Black Bear brought along were dead. Those who survived were heavily injured. A few of them saw that the situation was not good and took the opportunity to escape. Ning Qi's lips curled into a cold smile as he approached Lu Jin. Village chief, be careful. Zhang San and Li Si rushed forward to attack Ning Qi, blocking Ning Qi's attack for Lu Jin. Seeing this, Lu Jin's face showed a trace of panic, and he fled in a panic. Still thinking of running, Ning Qi smashed Zhang San and Li Si's heads like he was smashing watermelons. He then rushed behind Lu Jin and slammed his palm into his back. Lu Jin cried out in pain and fell to the ground. His health had been reduced to a critical level by Ning Qi, and he was on his last breath. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Lu Jin looked at Ning Qi in horror and begged for mercy with a weak breath. I'll deal with you later. Ning Qi smiled and turned to walk toward Black Bear and the others. At this time, Little Violet was suppressing them with an absolute advantage. Village chief, our people are all dead. Let's go. A 9-star Do Ling shouted. Lu Jin, that old man, killed us. Chapter 134. Black Wind Armor. While blocking Little Violet, Black Bear looked at the situation around him. His heart sank to the bottom. These 100 doucher were his painstakingly trained subordinates, but they all died here. No, if I escape like this and Lord Black Wind finds out, the consequences will be unimaginable. I can't leave. Black Bear made a decision and gave up on Little Violet, turning around and rushing towards Ning Qi. Kid, give me your life. A mere 1-star Do Wang, if my dragon elephant Prajna art was still at the 3rd level, I might be a little afraid of you. But now I will exhaust you to death. The Dragon Slayer saber appeared in Ning Qi's hand. The violent 5 tigers breaking the gate saber technique was displayed, directly catching Black Bear, who was rushing toward him, off guard. He also had a Xian top-grade Do weapon in his hand, which was also a saber. But with one strike, his saber broke into 2. What a strong Do weapon! A strange Do Qi, a frightening palm technique of unknown rank, a rank 5 purple lightning bird as a pet, and such a Do weapon. What is this guy's background? Black Bear thought in shock. But a 1-star Do Wang was still a 1-star Do Wang. Whether it was Do Qi, strength, or speed, they were all much stronger than Ning Qi. After a moment of panic, he immediately exploded with the strength of a 1-star Do Wang, dodged Ning Qi's saber that was aimed at his neck, and slapped Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi was sent flying, but he immediately stood up and rushed towards Black Bear. This cycle repeated. Black Bear hit him 7 or 8 times, and then he would be slashed or slapped by Ning Qi. He's not dead yet. Is this kid made of iron? Black Bear was furious. Go to hell. He used all his strength and hit Ningqi a few times, forcing Ningqi into the ground. But he was also inevitably hit by Ningqi's palm twice. His HP was only 15,000. Although Ningqi did not deal any damage to humans, the dragon-slaying Douqi's characteristic of ignoring armor allowed him to deal nearly 2,000 damage with each hit. Therefore, after being hit by these two palms, the black bear immediately knelt on the ground while panting. The HP bar above his head was almost empty, and he only had a pitiful 500 HP left. He could be considered to have entered a heavily injured state, and his mouth was constantly coughing out blood. What a troublesome kid. Black Bear looked at Ningqi lying in the pit with his eyes closed. He couldn't help but smile. No matter how difficult he would still die in the hands of Black Bear. Thinking of Ningqi's extraordinary background, Black Bear felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, his expression froze. Ningqi opened his eyes, smiled at him, and said, "Surprise! Impossible! Why aren't you dead yet?" The Black Bear roared. "Because your skills are not as good as others." Ningqi climbed out of the pit and shouted at Little Z, "Stop playing, take them down!" Hearing this, Little Z's purple lightning Douqi surged, and the 5 Douling were instantly electrocuted until they foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Little Z then flew over and landed next to Ningqi, opening its mouth to please Ningqi. Ningqi flicked his finger, and a spirit-raising pill flew into Little Z's mouth. "Eat sparingly, you can't make ends meet." Little Z grumbled a few times in dissatisfaction, and Ningqi could only give it another 4 or 5 pills before it closed its mouth in satisfaction. Black Bear suddenly went berserk. But with a flash of Ningqi's blade, his huge head rolled on the ground, and his majestic body fell to the ground. A large group of villagers ran out of Grey Wolf Village. They only dared to come over to check on the situation after the battle ended. "Fangguhang is over there in the forest, and your old village chief is still alive. Bring him back as well," Ningqi commanded. In this battle, he received 13 gambling gift packs, more than 400,000 EXP, and his accumulated EXP had reached a huge amount of more than 800,000. Grey Wolf Village. Lu Jin was hung high in the air. Everyone looked at him coldly, feeling very satisfied. At the same time, they were shocked by the power of Ningqi and his bird. Their gazes toward Ningqi were filled with respect. It was as if Ningqi was no longer a human, but a giant dragon in human form. In their minds, only a giant dragon could be as powerful as Ningqi. Fangguhang came to Ningqi's side with the help of his wife. "Village chief, I'm the one who caused you to be ambushed. It's not your fault." Ningqi comforted him, and then said to the crowd, "I'll leave this old guy to you." Hearing that, Lu Jin opened his eyes weakly, and his eyes were filled with fear. He saw the villagers who had lost their children staring at him like wolves, making him shudder. Don't kill me. No matter what, I'm still your former village chief. Even if I don't have any credit, I've worked hard. Just treat it as a fart and let me go." Lu Jin begged for mercy. "Now you're pretending to be pitiful? Have you forgotten how you treated my wife?" A middle-aged man hugged his wife and spat at Lu Jin fiercely. "Kill him and feed him to the dogs." Someone shouted angrily. "That's too easy on him. I have a few suggestions. I don't want to bother listening." Ningqi turned around and left. Hearing Lu Jin's screams coming from behind, a smile appeared on his face. Back in the house, Ningqi opened all the gambling gifts. 6 of them were thanks for participating, and only 7 of them dropped something. Among them, Black Bear was a 1-star king of fighters, so his gift was the most generous. It gave Ningqi a top-grade Mystic class armor, the Black Wind Battle Armor, which increased his HP by 1,000. Ningqi immediately took off the Heavenly Silkworm Treasure Armor, and his HP increased by another 750 points, becoming 113450. A few days later, Ning Qi gathered Fang Guhong and hundreds of strong youths. Among you, the de Do Shi stepped forward. In the end, only Fang Guhong and a few others stepped forward. The others were either Do Shi or Do Zhi. It could be said that the strength of Grey Wolf Village was very weak. One low-grade mystic class weapon for each of you. Take your pick. Ning Qi took out 8 weapons from his dimensional bag and placed them on the ground. Fang Guhong and the others were stunned when they heard that. Village chief, this is for us? Fang Guhong asked in disbelief. Yes. Ning Qi nodded. They were immediately ecstatic. In the end, each of them picked a weapon that they were satisfied with. The others revealed looks of envy and jealousy as they looked at Ning Qi in anticipation. In the future, if any of you become a de Do Shi or make a contribution to the village, I will give you a weapon, Ning Qi said. The villagers who didn't get a weapon showed disappointment on their faces, but then they felt a surge of hope. At least they would have a chance to get a weapon in the future. When Lu Jin was in power, they didn't even dare to think about it. After Fang Guhong obtained these low-grade mystic class weapons, his combat power increased by more than 2 or 3 times. In summary, it could be said that Ning Qi's inadvertent action was very generous. Chapter 135. White Wolf Village. Over 5 kilometers away from Grey Wolf Village, there was a group of knights riding huge, snow-white rank 2 demonic beasts, green-eyed white wolves, towards Grey Wolf Village. There were about 10 of them. The leader was a 5-star Do Ling. He was the chief of White Wolf Village, Zhao Lang. Chief, the day to pay tribute to the Demon Dragon King is approaching. If Lu Jin does not give in this time, we will wipe out Grey Wolf Village. A 1-star Do Ling beside Zhao Lang said fiercely. Zhao Lang laughed coldly. Don't worry. After what happened last time, Lu Jin will definitely give us half of the offerings. I hope so. Not long after, Zhao Lang and the rest arrived at the entrance of Grey Wolf Village. Call Lu Jin out. Tell him that I, Zhao Lang, am here to collect the debt, Zhao Lang said coldly to the villagers guarding the entrance. It's White Wolf Village. Quickly call the chief. Fang Guhong was the first to receive the news. He immediately invited Ning Qi out and said, Chief, the people from White Wolf Village are here to collect the debt. White Wolf Village. Ning Qi frowned slightly. From the name, it should be related to Grey Wolf Village. Fang Guhong explained, White Wolf Village was split from Grey Wolf Village 7 years ago. Chief Zhao Lang's talent is extraordinary. Back then, he was only a peak de Do Shi. Now that 7 years have passed, I heard that he is already a 5-star Do Ling. His cultivation is even higher than Lu Jin's. Every year, he will come to Grey Wolf Village to collect the offerings. Then this year, it should be his turn to pay tribute. I was just worrying about not having enough offerings for the Demon Dragon King. Ning Qi smiled and brought everyone to the entrance of the village. Zhao Lang's expression changed. Who are you? Where is Lu Jin? Fang Guhong said loudly, Lu Jin has been executed. He is the new chief of Grey Wolf Village. Zhao Lang's face revealed a curious expression. He sized up Ning Qi and laughed. Not bad, newcomer? You can kill Lu Jin as a peak de Do Shi. I think highly of you. However, you still have to give me the offerings. Your Grey Wolf Village will give me 60% of this year's harvest. Wasn't it 50 in the past? Why do you want 60% this time? A villager said unhappily. Zhao Lang coldly laughed. Lu Jin is a 1-star Do Ling. Therefore, I will take 50%. This fellow is only a peak de Do Shi. Is there anything wrong with me taking 60%? The corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. The 1-star Do Ling beside him laughed out loud. Quickly hand over the offerings. Otherwise, I will destroy your Grey Wolf Village. Fang Guhong sneered. This year, our Grey Wolf Village will not give you any offerings. What right do you have to talk to me? Get lost. The burly man was immediately infuriated. He swung the whip in his hand, which was a mid-grade dark rank battle artifact, through the air before sweeping it towards Fang Guhong. Fang Guhong was shocked. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the whip, Ning Qi directly grabbed the whip in the next moment and said with a smile, "You attack me without saying a word. What do you think this place is? How dare you?" The burly man angrily shouted and violently whipped the whip. However, he realized that Ning Qi's grip on the whip did not move at all. A trace of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Immediately, his face turned green as he tried to pull the whip back. However, because Ning Qi had practiced the dragon-elephant prajna technique and had reached the 4th level, he had the strength of 4 dragons and 4 elephants. In front of Ning Qi, his strength was simply not enough. Interesting. No wonder Lu Jin is no match for you. Zhao Lang smiled. At this moment, his subordinates were riding on green-eyed white wolves and surrounded Ning Qi and the others. They looked at Ning Qi and the others maliciously, waiting for Zhao Lang to give the order. A trace of ridicule appeared in Fang Guhong's eyes. He slowly took 2 steps back. It was not that he was afraid. He was just giving Ning Qi space to display his abilities. The other villagers of Grey Wolf Village did the same. Zhao Lang inadvertently saw the ridicule in their eyes. Just as he was wondering if the people of Grey Wolf Village had gone crazy, he saw an enormous creature descend from the sky. This is a purple lightning bird. Zhao Lang was so scared that his body trembled. The green-eyed white wolves were instantly alarmed. They looked at the purple lightning bird in fear. They were only 2nd-rank demonic beasts. When they saw a 5th-rank demonic beast, they would naturally be intimidated by its aura. One of the green-eyed white wolves was so scared that it peed on the ground. If not for its master controlling it, it would have long turned and fled. The burly man who was competing with Ning Qi was also stunned. Ning Qi immediately whipped his whip. He used the devouring dragon karmic fire to wash away the imprint on it. Then, he casually threw it to Fang Guhong. Fang Guhong was elated to hear this pleasant surprise, and he smiled happily. "My green fire whip!" The burly man reacted and immediately howled. Little Purple walked to Ning Qi's side. Seeing how close it was, Zhao Lang and the others immediately knew that this purple lightning bird was most likely the demon pet of the new village chief of Grey Wolf Village. No wonder. He was able to kill Lu Jin. Zhao Lang's heart was in a mess. Originally, they were here to rob. Now, they realized that the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Ning Qi patted Little Purple's head and then said to Zhao Lang, "Just now, you said that you wanted a portion of the offerings from Grey Wolf Village." Behind him, the villagers of Grey Wolf Village smiled maliciously. Zhao Lang laughed dryly and jumped down from the green-eyed white wolf. He said humbly to Ning Qi, "It's a misunderstanding. How would I dare to accept the offerings from Grey Wolf Village? We will leave now." After saying that, he immediately gave a look to the burly man who was still grieving over the loss of his fighting weapon. He signaled him not to risk his life for a middle-grade mystic-level fighting weapon. "Who allowed you to leave? You came to my Grey Wolf Village and didn't come in as a guest. If people found out, they would blame me for not knowing etiquette." Ning Qi smiled. "You're too polite. There's really no need. We will leave immediately." Zhao Lang smiled awkwardly. As long as they could escape today, it would be a profit. A violet lightning bird was enough to easily keep them here. At this moment, he only hoped that Ning Qi would treat him like a fart and let him go. As for the offerings, he did not even dare to think about it. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He smiled coldly and said, "You can leave if you want. I'll go with you to White Wolf Village. Give me 90% of your village's offerings, and I'll forgive you for your disrespect today." This 90% of the offerings. If they gave it to the other party, then there would be very little left of the offerings they had to offer to the Demon Dragon King. It would definitely cause the Demon Dragon King to be dissatisfied. Zhao Lang suddenly felt that it was hard to get off. What? You can't bear to? Then you can stay here. I will go to White Wolf Village myself. Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Lang's heart quivered. He immediately said, Of course not. Then please follow us to White Wolf Village as a guest. 90% of the offerings is not a problem. Hee, that's right. Chapter 136. Ancient Sky Dragon's Egg. After that, he left some instructions to Fong Guhong and the rest before riding Little Purple and following Zhao Lang to White Wolf Village. Zhao Lang looked at the huge shadow on the ground and felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. His subordinate's expression was also very ugly as he hung his head dejectedly. The one-star Do Ling was like a bird that had been stripped of its feathers because he had lost a middle-grade mystic tier weapon. He looked as though he had nothing to live for. Soon, the people of White Wolf Village saw Zhao Lang and the rest. Village Chief, where are the offerings? They glanced behind them, but did not see a single offering. Everyone's hands were empty. Without waiting for Zhao Lang to reply, Little Purple landed on the ground with Ning Qi on its back. Its huge body immediately shocked the villagers of White Wolf Village. They shouted, "Enemy attack!" "Shut up! This is the village chief of Grey Wolf Village, our guest." Zhao Lang gave the villager a tight slap on the face, causing him to be stunned. "It's fine. Let's go and see the offerings." Ning Qi laughed. "Yes, please follow me," Zhao Lang said respectfully. When the villagers of White Wolf Village saw this, they understood a little. It was likely that Zhao Lang had failed to rob Grey Wolf Village, and instead encountered a tough opponent. Now, he was being robbed instead. Under Zhao Lang's lead, Ning Qi came to the treasure vault of White Wolf Village. Zhao Lang revealed a pained expression as he opened the door of the treasure vault and walked in with Ning Qi. Little Purple stood guard outside the door. "These are the offerings that our White Wolf Village has saved over the years." Zhao Lang pointed at the mountain of various weapons, spirit herbs, gems, elixirs, as well as the fur, demonic cores, and various other items that were obtained from killing demonic beasts. Ning Qi did not care about the value of the items and directly stuffed them into his interspatial bag. With a wave of his hand, one of the items disappeared. When Zhao Lang saw this, he was shocked. Spatial weapon. Following that, he felt a pained expression on his face as the offerings disappeared from his vision one by one. Zhao Lang's heart was bleeding. He had painstakingly robbed all of these. If he offered them all to the demonic Dragon King, he would at least be rewarded with a bottle of dragon blood. Suddenly, Ning Qi's footsteps stopped in front of an oval-shaped object that was half the height of a human and covered in black-green scales, as if it had been carved out of a boulder. "This is a dead dragon egg. It's useless." When Zhao Lang saw that Ning Qi had discovered it, his heart sank. Although this dragon egg had been dead for at least a few thousand years, it was still related to the dragon race. He had always been reluctant to pay tribute to the demon Dragon King because he wanted to see if he could resurrect the dragon egg. If he could hatch a young dragon and keep it as a demonic pet, it would greatly increase his strength. Whether it's useful or not, I'll see for myself. Ning Qi rolled her eyes at him, then focused all her attention on the dragon egg. Ding! The system has detected an ancient sky dragon's egg that has been sealed in ice. The dragon egg incubation mission has been triggered. Please gather 10 dragons of at least 95% purity at the 7th grade within 2 years, as well as 100,000 dragon slaughtering coins to complete the incubation. If the mission fails, 100,000 dragon slaying coins will be deducted from the host. This is an optional quest. Does the host accept it? Holy **T, Ancient Sky Dragon. The moment I hear that name, it's obvious that this dragon egg has quite an impressive background. However, the difficulty of incubating it is a little high. Not only does it need the bloodline of a 7th grade dragon, it needs to be at least 95% purity. It means that the bloodline of a dragon like the Mirage Windwing Dragon is completely useless. There's also a time limit. If it isn't completed, 100,000 dragon slaughtering coins will be deducted. Ning Qi was hesitant. Host, please make a decision within 30 seconds. The system's notification sounded once again. I'll risk it. The cowardly will starve to death, the bold will die of fat. Ning Qi immediately made up his mind and clicked confirm. Ding. The host has accepted the incubation of an ancient sky dragon's egg mission. Please gather all the dragon bloodline within 2 years. After he accepted the mission, the dragon egg disappeared and automatically entered his spatial bag. Ning Qi wanted to take it out, but the system's notification said, "It's an important mission item. You cannot take it out." Seeing Ning Qi take away the dragon egg, Zhao Lang looked at Ning Qi's back and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Little Purple was outside the door and he was very close to Ning Qi. With his 5-star Douling strength, the success rate of sneak attacking a Pique de Doucher was above 90%. He should be able to kill Ning Qi in one strike. Suddenly, Ning Qi turned around and looked at him with a faint smile. "Alright, I won't take anything else. I'll leave some things for you to pay tribute to prevent the Demon Dragon King from blaming you." Zhao Lang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His face revealed a grateful expression. "Thank you very much." After that, Ning Qi walked out of the treasury in satisfaction. There were still about 30% of the items left. Zhao Lang followed him out and saw Ning Qi riding on Little Purple. After leaving a sentence, he charged into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. "In the future, when you have time, come to my Grey Wolf village as a guest. A guest, a guest, a guest." Zhao Lang's expression was extremely ugly. A guest. He would definitely not step into the Grey Wolf village's territory in the future. He thought hatefully in his heart. Village chief. My green flame whip. Once Ning Qi left, the strong man immediately cried and walked in front of Zhao Lang. "What are you crying for? Isn't it just a middle Xiando weapon? You should be happy that you can keep your life." Cram. Zhao Lang immediately vented his anger on him and scolded him loudly. His voice was so loud that the entire White Wolf village could hear him. Every villager could not help but shrink their heads. It seemed that the village chief had really suffered heavy losses this time, and his anger had reached his heart. Black Wind Village. The few de Douchers who had luckily escaped from Ning Qi's hands returned to the village. Under the questioning of the other villagers, they felt guilty and did not dare to speak the truth. After all, the title of deserter was not a good title. However, after a few days, they did not see Black Bear and the others return. They knew that the development of the situation had probably exceeded their expectations. Finally, under the questioning of others, they told the truth. "That means that the village chief, Black Bear, has most likely died in Grey Wolf Village?" "Yes. Otherwise, he would not have not returned after so many days." "Then what should we do?" "This won't do. We have to elect a new village chief, and then go to Black Wind Mountain to meet Lord Black Wind and explain the situation. Otherwise, our entire village will be in danger." The position of village chief that everyone dreamed of was now avoided by everyone. No one was willing to become the village chief at this juncture. In the end, everyone was helpless and could only forcefully elect a new village chief. This Black Wind Village villager was only a 3-star Doucher. Just like that, he became the village chief of Black Wind Village, after which, he was forcefully brought to the foot of Black Wind Mountain. "Village chief, please go up and explain the situation to Lord Black Wind. We will wait for you below," a 5-star de Doucher respectfully said. "Can I not go?" Chapter 137. Black Wind Dragon, alright? I'll go, alright? To prevent himself from being skinned alive, Black Wind Village's new village chief had no choice but to dawdle towards Mt. Black Wind. As he walked, he thought to himself, perhaps Lord Black Wind won't vent his anger on me. This way, it'll be a blessing in disguise. With this thought, he felt energized and quickened his pace. Not long after, he reached the entrance of a cave on Black Wind Mountain. Even before he arrived, he could smell the stench coming from inside. Lord Black Wind was the dragon that loved to eat humans the most. Every year, Black Bear would capture hundreds of humans for him to consume. That was why there was such a strong stench in his cave. Lord Black Wind, the new chief, called out softly when he reached the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, a gust of fishy wind blew in his face. Then, he saw a giant black dragon with a ferocious face and 4 curved dragon horns on its head that looked like a mountain path appear in front of him. The dragon's blood-red eyes, which were the size of a human's head, coldly stared at the new chief. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" The Black Wind dragon rumbled. The new chief was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He could only brace himself and tell the dragon the reason for his visit. Then, he lowered his head and waited for the Black Wind dragon's decision. "What? How dare you kill my Black Wind's men?" The Black Wind dragon let out a furious roar. The sound wave almost blew the poor guy off the cliff. After its anger subsided, it gradually calmed down. Grey Wolf Village is under Chi Yan's jurisdiction. Last year, I went there and ate a few people before being chased away. It's a good time to settle old and new debts together. Then I'll go down first, the new village chief said fearfully. The Black Wind dragon glanced at him. How can a 3-star dosher be the chief of Black Wind Village? Yes, I'll let someone else take over the position. Forget it, there's no need to go through so much trouble. The Black Wind dragon revealed a sinister smile. With a ferocious bite, it swallowed the pitiful village chief into its stomach. Then, it flapped its wings and flew in the direction of Grey Wolf Village. At the foot of the mountain, Lord Black Wind has flown away. It's heading towards Grey Wolf Village. Looks like it's going to avenge Village Chief Black Bear. Where's that guy? I guess he was eaten. The few of them looked at each other with lingering fear, secretly rejoicing that they were not greedy and wanted the position of village chief. Otherwise, they would have ended up in Lord Black Wind's stomach and become a pile of worthless feces. A day later, the Black Wind dragon flew above the Grey Wolf Village and let out an angry roar. "Who killed Black Bear? Come out and die." Its voice was like rolling thunder, causing the stone walls of Grey Wolf Village to tremble. Ningqi was arranging the offerings that he had plundered from White Wolf Village. When he heard the loud noise, he hurriedly walked out of his house and looked towards the sky. When the villagers of Grey Wolf Village heard the Black Wind dragon's voice, they all revealed a trace of fear and hid in their houses. Only Fang Guhong and the other young men quickly ran behind Ningqi and looked at the Black Wind dragon. "It's the Black Wind dragon. Last year, it came to our Grey Wolf Village and ate dozens of villagers." Fang Guhong looked at the Black Wind dragon with a bone-deep hatred in his eyes. Among the dozens of villagers that were eaten, there were his good friends. Black Wind dragon, grade 5 advanced giant dragon, health points 190000. After looking at its attributes, Ningqi smiled and shouted, "I was the one who killed Black Bear. You stupid dragon, why are you only coming to avenge him now?" After saying that, he released Little Purple and flipped on it. Little Purple immediately soared into the sky and flew into the distance under Ningqi's instructions. "Stupid dragon, come and chase your father." Damn it, damn it. The Black Wind dragon had never suffered such humiliation before. It immediately flapped its wings and chased after Ningqi. "Big Brother Fang, can the village chief defeat the Black Wind dragon?" Wang Dafu asked worriedly. Fang Guhong was full of confidence in Ningqi and said confidently, "Don't worry, the village chief will definitely defeat the Black Wind dragon and avenge our brothers who died last year." Ningqi carried the Black Wind dragon for hundreds of miles before turning around to attack it. I will definitely eat you. No one has ever dared to humiliate me, the Black Wind Dragon. The Black Wind Dragon saw Ningqi rushing towards it, and a sinister smile appeared on its face. Suddenly, a black gust of wind gushed out from its body and swept towards Little Purple. Little Purple's body, which was originally rushing towards it, was suddenly blown away by the wind. The host is being attacked by Black Wind, losing 100 health points per second. The mysterious energy in the Black Wind was eroding Little Purple and Ningqi's health points at the same rate. As for the Black Wind Dragon, it seemed to be completely unaffected. It bit towards Little Purple's neck. Ningqi hugged Little Purple's neck tightly and then slashed at the Black Wind Dragon with his sword. "How dare an ant hurt me?" A hint of mockery flashed in the Black Wind Dragon's eyes. However, in the next moment, it retreated frantically and stopped in mid-air. There was a huge gash in its mouth, and dragon blood dripped onto the ground drop by drop. How is this possible? How can an ant hurt me? The Black Wind Dragon could not think straight. When it saw the Dragon Slayer sword in Ningqi's hand, it immediately felt an aura that restrained it. It must be this sword. The Black Wind Dragon thought to itself. This black wind is a bit troublesome. Ningqi frowned slightly. His slash had hit the Black Wind Dragon's vital point, causing 16,000 damage and reducing the Black Wind Dragon's health points to 174,000. However, if it could not break free from this strange wind, Little Purple's advantage would not be able to be used, which was extremely disadvantageous to the battle. Moreover, if it continued, Little Purple's health points would be insufficient. "Let the Black Wind devour you!" The Black Wind Dragon let out a loud mocking laugh. Ningqi had no choice but to keep Little Purple in the demonic pet space. He then pointed his middle finger at the Black Wind Dragon and said provocatively, "As a giant dragon, how dare you use such a despicable move? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Keep your little tricks to yourself, ant. The great giant dragon will not be fooled by you." The Black Wind Dragon mocked. Ningqi wasn't discouraged. He continued to mock the Black Wind Dragon. Sentence after sentence came out of his mouth. First, he asked about the Black Wind Dragon's unknown wife, then his mother, then his entire family, and finally, he asked about its appearance all the way down to its toes. "You are actually not a dragon. You are just a deformed child." Chapter 138. Third Stage Spirit-Raising Pill. The Black Wind Dragon finally couldn't take it anymore. It charged into the Black Wind and bit at Ningqi. Ningqi seized the opportunity and pointed the Dragonslayer saber at the Black Wind Dragon's reverse scale. The Black Wind Dragon was deeply afraid of the Dragonslayer saber, so it could only twist its body, dodging Ningqi's attack. However, the Black Wind Dragon's massive tail smashed into Ningqi's body, instantly shaving off over 20,000 HP. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ningqi took the opportunity to hug the Black Wind Dragon's tail. "I'll let you hit me." Ningqi's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness as he slashed at the dragon's tail. Roar! The Black Wind Dragon let out a terrifying howl. Its huge dragon tail was chopped off by Ningqi's saber, and the intense pain instantly transmitted from its nerves to its brain. Suddenly, its pupils shrank to almost half its original size, and a blood-red color filled its eye sockets. The Black Wind Dragon, who had fallen into a berserk state, charged at Ningqi with its body exposed. Now, Ningqi released Little Purple. Little Purple stabilized its body in midair. Seeing the Black Wind Dragon rushing towards Ningqi, it immediately went to meet it. After the Black Wind Dragon's tail was chopped off by Ningqi, it received a critical hit of tens of thousands of HP. Following that, its HP continued to drop. Then, it was besieged by Ningqi and Little Purple for a while. When its HP dropped to only 10,000, the threat to its life woke it up from its madness. It immediately flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. The black wind was already much weaker. Little Z exerted its strength and dispersed the surrounding black wind. Then, it chased after the black wind dragon with Ning Qi. "You're from the dignified dragon race. Why are you running?" Ning Qi shouted. Because the black wind dragon had lost its tail, it was flying crookedly and unsteadily. Its speed was 2 to 3 times slower than before, so Little Purple quickly caught up with it. And the black wind dragon's eyes revealed a trace of hatred as it roared. "Have you forgotten that this is the Mountain Sea region? If you dare to kill this dragon, the Demon Dragon King will make sure you die without a complete corpse." What a joke! The Scarlet Flame Dragon has already gone down. As an old friend, shouldn't you go down to accompany it? As for the Demon Dragon King, I even dared to kill his son, the Blackfire Ghost Dragon. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Ning Qi laughed. What? Qian was dead? Black Flame is dead too? The Black Wind Dragon's eyes were filled with shock. Damn it, damn it. They actually didn't tell me that Qi Yan had died at this boy's hands. I'll eat them all when I get back. He Feng did not know that the news of Qi Yan's death was only known to He Xiong, a few confidants, Lu Jin and a few others. Therefore, the few de Do Shi who had escaped did not purposely hide it from He Feng, but were simply unaware of this matter. Don't kill me. I'm willing to exchange my treasures for my life. The Black Wind Dragon's HP continued to fall, and its speed became increasingly slow. Moreover, without a tail, the Black Wind Dragon's sense of direction in the air became extremely poor. It knew that it wouldn't be able to outrun the Purple Lightning Bird even if it continued to run, so it simply stopped. Even if I kill you, I can still get your treasures. Ning Qi grinned. Little Purple had a telepathic connection. With a crisp cry, its entire body emitted purple electric battle energy. Like a bolt of lightning, it rushed toward the Black Wind Dragon. Let's perish together. The Black Wind Dragon growled, and its body suddenly swelled up. Seeing this, Ning Qi only had time to keep Little Purple back into the demonic pet space. After that, he threw a high-grade Earth-tier rejuvenation pill into his mouth. A blazing light shot out from the Black Wind Dragon's body, transforming into explosive energy. In the next moment, its body had already exploded. Boom! A small mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. Ning Qi was blasted several miles away by this extremely destructive explosive energy. He was stunned for a long time before he regained consciousness. He had lost more than 100,000 HP. It actually self-destructed. It almost killed me. Fortunately, my HP is high enough. Ning Qi got up and patted the dirt off his body. He looked at the direction where the Black Wind Dragon self-destructed with some lingering fear. This was the first time he had encountered a Black Wind Dragon that had self-destructed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the Tier 5 high-grade dragon race Black Wind Dragon. Obtained 300,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the betting gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500 Dragon Slayer coins. Open! Opening the betting gift pack dropped by the Black Wind Dragon, a total of 6 options appeared. Tier 3 Spirit Nurturing Pill Formula. High Mystic Rank Do Tool, Grey Dragon Cannon. High Mystic Rank Do Tool, Heaven Devouring Scythe. Middle Mystic Rank Do Technique, Vast Expanse Technique. Tier 5 Demon Pet Contract. Thank you for participating. Tier 3 Spirit Nurturing Pill Formula. Dragon Slayer Marketplace, sold for 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Good stuff. Grey Dragon Cannon. Ning Qi specially searched for its information and discovered that it was actually an existence similar to a turret. Although it was a Do tool, it was used in a fortress. When the enemy attacked, it could release unparalleled power. Above the Grey Dragon Cannon, there was also the Iron Dragon Cannon, Silver Dragon Cannon, Gold Dragon Cannon, and God Dragon Cannon. It was said that this dough tool was invented by the top country of the Dragon Continent, 9 provinces. One shot from the Grey Dragon cannon was equivalent to the attack of a Do Wong. However, the cooldown time was a little long, around 30 seconds. It's also a good thing. If I were to place a few hundred Grey Dragon cannons in my mansion, even a Do Wong can forget about attacking. Ning Qi thought of this, and went to the Dragon Slayer marketplace to take a look at the price. Grey Dragon cannon, sold for 500 Dragon Slayer coins. Iron Dragon cannon, sold for 5,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Silver Dragon cannon, sold for 50,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Gold Dragon cannon, sold for 500,000 Dragon Slayer coins. God Dragon cannon, sold for 5 million Dragon Slayer coins. Ultimate Dragon Slayer cannon, sold for 50 million Dragon Slayer coins. From low to high, the price increased by 10 times. Ning Qi was secretly speechless. The ultimate Dragon Slayer cannon in the Dragon Slayer marketplace was sold for 50 million Dragon Slayer coins. The power of the cannon was probably equivalent to the attack of a Do Di. If he placed a few hundred of them at home, he wouldn't be afraid of being attacked by the 3 great dragon clans. Ning Qi imagined this scene and felt very satisfied. Unfortunately, this goal was too difficult to achieve. It was more realistic to get some silver dragon cannons. The things sold in the Dragon Slayer marketplace are all expensive. According to the information, these cannons were invented by an empire called 9 provinces. If I have the chance in the future, I can go take a look and see if I can exchange for a batch of them with pills. Ning Qi secretly remembered the 2 words 9 provinces in his heart. After that, he began to bet. The needle spun rapidly. Pill formula. Pill formula. The Grey Dragon cannon was only worth 500 Dragon Slayer coins, and the Tier 3 Spirit Cultivation Pills pill formula was worth at least 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. The other things were worthless in Ning Qi's eyes. So Ning Qi kept praying. When the needle slowly stopped, he happily punched the air with his fist. Chapter 139. Black Wind Village, yes. Ning Qi nodded. Then, a mysterious feeling appeared in his mind. After a moment of coldness, the method to refine a rank 3 spirit nurturing pill appeared in his memory. Now, he could finally refine an upper-grade yellow tier spirit nurturing pill. Little Purple and Little Gold would definitely be very happy. As for the Little White Horse, it would have a chance to break through its shackles and advance from a rank 3 boss monster to a lower rank 4 monster. Satisfied, Ning Qi returned to Grey Wolf Village. All the villagers immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. Village Chief! Village Chief! The Black Wind Dragon has been killed. You don't have to worry. Ning Qi shouted. The village chief is invincible. Wang Dafu shouted excitedly. The village chief is invincible. When the other villagers heard this, they immediately followed. Not long after, the entire Grey Wolf village was shouting that the village chief was invincible. After a full 10 minutes, Ning Qi finally calmed them down. After that, he found Fong Guhong. Since the Black Wind Dragon is dead, Black Wind Village is now a place of undressed girls. Bring the Do Shi in the village, and come with me. Just leave a few to guard the house. Yes, Fong Guhong said excitedly. Then, under Ning Qi's lead, a team headed towards Black Wind Village. Along the way, they were attacked by a rank 4 monster. Little Purple picked it up in the air and threw it to its death. In Black Wind Village, there were a few scouts on the stone wall looking into the distance. Strange, Lord Blackwind has been in Grey Wolf Village for a few days. Why isn't he back yet? Maybe Lord Blackwind is having a good time eating and can't bear to come back. There are a few hundred villagers in Grey Wolf Village. Although it's a few times less than our Black Wind Village, it's enough for Lord Blackwind to have a good meal. Sigh, it's almost time to pay tribute to the Demon Dragon King, but something like this happened to our Black Wind Village. Now that we have no leader, what should we do? Hee, I feel that it is not bad. In the past, when the chief of the Black Bear village was around, he and his subordinates suppressed us until we could not breathe. Currently, the Black Wind village only has a Dedosher left and does not even have a Doling. As long as we join forces, we will definitely be able to obtain quite a lot of benefit. Why don't we make a trip to the treasure trove first? This suggestion was unanimously approved by the other scouts. Just as they were fantasizing about taking away the battle weapons and medicinal pills from the hidden treasure trove and going on a killing spree, a scout suddenly said strangely, "There is a group of people heading our way." Which village? It seems to be Grey Wolf Village? Impossible. Look at their clothes. They're gray and there's a wolf's head on their chests. They're either from Grey Wolf Village or White Wolf Village. Anyway, the clothes of these two villages are very similar. It can't be Grey Wolf Village. Lord Blackwind is wreaking havoc there. It should be White Wolf Village, right? The few of them communicated for a while, and then sent a warning signal to the villagers guarding the gate. However, at this moment, they realized that an incomparably large bird-type demonic beast had suddenly appeared beside the person at the front of the group. Then, that person rode on this huge bird and flew towards them. What's that in the sky? Purple lightning bird. Not good. It's him. The few Dedosher who had become deserters immediately had a bad premonition when they saw Little Purple's figure appear in the sky above Black Wind Village. People of Black Wind Village, listen up. I am the village chief of Grey Wolf Village. Now you are being robbed by my Grey Wolf Village. Men stand on the left, women stand on the right, and those who have questions stand in the middle. Take note, I'm not joking. If you don't do as I say, I'll send you down to meet Black Bear. Ning Chi roared on the purple lightning bird. Little Purple quickly flew a few rounds around Black Wind Village, so the villagers of Black Wind Village heard his warning. The village chief of Grey Wolf Village? He killed our Black Bear Village chief. Even the Black Bear Village chief is no match for him. His mount seems to be a rank 5 purple lightning bird. We should not resist. The 1,300 villagers of Black Wind Village obediently followed Ning Chi's instructions. Even the few scouts on top of the wall were no exception. Fang Guhong led the group of strong youths and easily entered the inner part of Black Wind Village. Ning Chi glanced at the composition of the villagers. Among the 1,300 people, about 1,000 were ordinary people or Dozier. Then, there were about 200 Doshers and a few dozen Dedoshers. Among them, there were about 300 children, 500 elderly, and 600 strong youths. Women only made up about 30% of the villagers. Your Black Bear Village chief is dead, and the Black Wind Dragon is also dead. Now, your Black Wind Village is officially under the control of my Grey Wolf Village. If anyone dares to resist, don't blame me for being impolite. Ning Chi stood on Little Purple's back and looked down at the villagers of Black Wind Village as he coldly said. His gaze swept over the faces of the crowd. There were numbness, confusion, unwillingness, joy, but most of them were obedience. Clearly, the majority of these people had a kind of servility towards the strong. As long as Ning Chi was strong enough, they wouldn't choose to betray him or cause trouble. Instead, they would choose to obediently submit to him. Ning Chi would bring these people back to strengthen Grey Wolf Village. Ning Chi would also choose those who had families to feed them. Those who were strong, solitary, and unruly, Ning Chi would choose to let them fend for themselves. Now, someone come and bring me to the treasure trove. Ning Chi smiled. Village chief. I'll bring you there. One of the Dedoshers who had deserted excitedly raised his hand and said. When the Dedoshers beside him saw this, they immediately regretted it. Why were they half a beat slower? Oh, I've seen you before. That day Black Bear also brought you to Grey Wolf Village. After that, you ran away? Ning Chi smiled. That person said embarrassedly, I saw that the village chief was wise and mighty. I knew that Black Bear was definitely not his match. Thus, I ran back to the village and waited for the day that the village chief would arrive. I did not expect this day to come so quickly. This is really great. Wretch everyone who heard his flattery felt like vomiting. A despicable person was invincible. Turning the reason that he was a deserter upside down, it was as if he had become the founding hero of a country. Alright, it's you then. Bring me there. After which, Ning-Chi was led to the Black Wind Village's treasure trove. It seemed that it had already been ransacked by some people before he arrived. With just a slight threat from Ning-Chi, they all handed over the things they had stolen. Only then did Ning-Chi lead the thousands of villagers back to the village in satisfaction. There were a few hundred who were unwilling to submit, but Ning-Chi left them to fend for themselves. Grey Wolf Village. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.